I still have about another 30 miles to Columbus.
Strawberry poop gas. I was cooking in the backyard, feeling like a pro. Tossed in some grass clipping magic, let that compost glow. Dog poop, cat poop, nature stew. Bubble, bubble, what's that do? Smells so wrong but feels so right. Pink smoke rising in the moonlight. Neighbors yelling, what's that blast? Too late, it's cooking fast. Hail strawberry poop gas, blasting from the grass. Bubble and sizzle, it's science class. One big burp and the backyard blue. Now we're living next to Mount Doo-Doo. Built a grill from garbage cans, hooked it up with rubber bands. Dog barked once, the cat took flight, then boom, the sky turned brown and bright. It rumbled, it tumbled, it splattered the fence. A poop volcano makes no sense. Sticky strawberries rain from the sky. Compost cooking till the day I die. Filled strawberry poop gas, wild and crass. Flaming hot signs from the neighbor's grass. When it popped, we all went ooh, but dang, it smelled like barbecue too. So if you're brave and slightly nuts, mix that poop with grass and guts. Light it up and step way back. You might just launch your own snack shack. Bill strawberry poop gas, cooking class.
Dreyfus Fund is a mutual investment fund in which the management hopes to make your money grow and takes what it considers sensible risks in that direction. Ask your securities dealer for a free prospectus.
With Santa Fe cigars, your second, third, or fourth cigar of the day smokes as light as your first. That's why
100,000 times a day, someone lights up a Santa Fe.
With Santa Fe cigars, your second, third, or fourth cigar of the day smokes as light as your first. That's why
100,000 times a day, someone lights up a Santa Fe.
There we go. Now, hopefully everybody can hear me. And I hope everybody's having a good morning so far. Now, I've got a little technical issue I got to solve here thanks to my cute little friend. Let me see here. All right, he's been playing with the camera. There we go. We got to adjust that a little bit. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. Now, let me see if I can fix. Okay. There we go. I'll make the chat work. All right, let's see. So let me go back over here to the chat. Where did I put that? It's here somewhere. Oh, there we go. Okay, we got a lot of chat going on here, and it looks like, yes, our first comment was not deleted, so that's really, really good. Let me move this down a little bit. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go all the way to the bottom, and then, why is it not moving? Oh, come on. See if we have any technical issues. Sounds good, Rick, from Robbie Autry. And Amy says good morning, and Linda McDaniel and Ivy. All right. Okay, so we are good, and my VU meter is moving in the nice range. And let's start off with our very first comment from Yellow Rose 803. Good morning, good afternoon, Rick, Milton, and everyone. Have great weekend. Well, thank you very much. But the official first comment is from Jonathan, the Carnivore Muscle Pro, the only, and as far as I know, definitely the first, but the only professional carnivore bodybuilder anywhere ever. So that's good. And we're glad to have him here as always. He's a very important part of the show. And Terry P., good morning, Rick. Well, thank you. I'm early to the show. Let's get talking. Yes. And since there wasn't any, and Dan wasn't live, now I did find another live that I put a link in there for that you could check out, but I went ahead and played my old intro. I got a new one I need to make up, but haven't had time. But hey, I figured if Mitch does it, I mean, I've been doing it too for a while, and it's kind of nice to have. And there is Mike Seeley Jr., United Carnivore, greeting from Tampa Bay. Well, good morning, and I'm glad that you're here as always. Sandy Blythe, good morning, Rick, Milton, Mama Kitty, and kids, yes. And I fed the little beasts this morning. And there is Peter, who also fed the little beasts. Hi, quackers, just another tall, skinny quack like Rick, here to join in on all the fun and talk about life, rotary phones, Miami Ducks, iguanas, Milton, Miss Kitty, and her kittens. Well, I am appreciative of that. I am going to, let me move this over here where I can get a better view of the chat. So we have a hello from Yellow Rose to Ivy, and I did another good night. Awesome. Let's see. Glad you were able to. And we have, let's see, is Liz here? I see that Yellow Rose is saying hi, so Liz must be here. And Carnivore Karen P., good morning from Central Florida, and good morning. Glad to have all of us Floridians that are here. Good morning from Southwest Missouri, Mad Max Carnivore Co-op Town. Yes, that's definitely a good thing. I don't think they have one here in Florida, not until I make one. And there's Juliet. Good morning. We'll be on listening mode through Rick Radio. I'm driving for the next hour and a half. Doug says hi. Well, there you go. He's passenger. His driving scares me. Okay, so I see that you have taken control of the wheel so that you don't have to stress yourself unnecessarily. But anyway, and speaking of carnivore celebrities, there is Barry Simon, one of our great carnivore supporters. Good morning, Rick and all. Good morning. And don't forget, if you happen to be in his area, why not go to his meetup? It would be a good thing. Now, I don't live in his area. No one is around that's having a meetup. And unless I make one, there will never be a Miami meetup. I have a feeling because Miami is carbohydrate country. You know how they have Marlboro country? Well, Miami is carbohydrate country. So when we talk about Miami, you can go dun, 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 dun. Of course, you'd have to go reggaeton because Miami is definitely not a North American culture. It's more of a Caribbean or South American culture. So you'd have some reggaeton music, and then you say, come to carbohydrate country, man. Or Espanol. It's something. There's always a way of doing it. But welcome to Rick from Planet Mopar's Time Bubble. Please note, quantum flux capacitors are offline, so we're stuck in 1958 until further notice. Well, there you go. There's nothing wrong with being in 1958. And there's Robbie Autry. Now, let's see. Who was the first? Let me double check. We have 7:59. And this is the first. And as always, Robbie Autry has hit it at 8 o'clock. Good morning, Rick, Milton, and the rest of you quackers. And I see lots of ducks, and that's a good thing. The more ducks, the better. All right, let's see. We have Bacon Runner saying good morning to Rick, and Bride's Biscuit, good morning to Rick and family. And JJJ24, good afternoon to everyone. Okay, so you have a time change. And we have a hello over there. And as Smoothie 420 says, and by the way, if you know where this comes from, that's because you watch Dustin, Keto Simple, 7:30 Sunday morning. You should be there. It's a half an hour before when my time is, but it's okay. He's good. Check him out. We like Dustin. Let's get dangerous, as Darkwing Duck says. And we have a good morning, and let's see. And Amy saying good morning, getting ready to get in the road for a 3-hour drive to Indy. Is there something going on there? Is it a meetup, maybe? Sounds good, Rick. Robbie Autry says, I'm appreciative of that. And let's see. Imagine what our offspring is going to be like for the next generation when they're all going to be giants, much smarter, much better disposition with the carnivores in. Well, let's hope so, because I know it changed my life quite a bit. If you looked today, because I didn't know anybody had a live, I put my intro with all the pictures, and you can see the picture of me from junior high and how short I was in 1983 at the beginning of the year. But by 1986, I was a pretty tall kid. Again, I didn't know that the carnivore diet could do that. Good morning, Rick and Milton, from Linda McDaniel, 63. Excellent. So let's see. And we have another good morning. My time is already 2 p.m. There you are. Good afternoon, Yellow Rose. Hope you're having a great day so far. And we have a hello and a good morning. I would be happy to have morning again, as it is nice Saturday. Yes, I've got my mini Milton Onyx watching with me. Well, we love the little black kitties, don't we? And Milton, he seems to have left. He doesn't like to bother me until he gets hungry. I gave him a nice piece of meat, so he'll be behaving for at least a couple of hours. And Danny in Boston, good morning, Rick and all. Well, good morning. I guess you'll be going to that meetup as well. Morning, Rick. It's midnight here. Well, there you go. You're getting ready to end your day, and I'm getting ready to start mine. And we have a good morning from Robbie Autry to Jonathan. Good morning, Rick and all. Well, good morning again. All right, so let's see. Good morning to Danny, and we have a good morning to Peter. Good morning from Jiffy 388, Strange Animal, Rick and all. Well, there you go. I'll listen to it after 3.5 hours on my long drive to Indy. There we are. Good morning. Good morning, Rick and everyone, from Mike Seeley Sr., the father of United Carnivore, from Melbourne, Florida, the home of Mitch, the old guy carnivore. I think the oldest active carnivore on YouTube. And we're glad that we have him. He drops in on one of the few live streams that he'll view if he has the time. So, again, look forward to seeing you. Good morning. What a strange group of meat-eating humans we have here. Yes, got that right. Hello, Rick, Milton, and everyone from Brian Airy, 258. Well, good morning. And Jonathan has come in again to show that he's here, and he's watching you, my one and only moderators, so be careful. Okay, we have our first question of the day. Recently, I have huge meat, fish, and eggs appetite. How do you control yours, Rick? As you said, meat is always tasty for you. I don't control my appetite. The only way I control it is by not having a lot of it in the refrigerator. And the thing is, if I need to get more meat, let's say that I'm still hungry, that means I have to get on the bicycle, and I have to go to the canal with a net, or I have to go to Presidente Supermarket or Winn-Dixie. Now, I have meat in the freezer, but that meat would have to be defrosted. Either that or I'd have to cut it up with the knife that's almost like a saw. So I eat meat, I eat a lot of it, and then I feel semi-satisfied, but I'd like to eat more, but it's just too much work to try to go in there and fight and then it'll take time to thaw it out or cook it up. So it's really self-limiting. Now, if for some reason I have fresh meat in the refrigerator, I have zero self-control. At one time, I had a Muscovy duck in the refrigerator, and I had already, gutted and plucked him and all that. I started to eat the duck, and by the end of the day, the duck was gone because it was like a 14-pound duck or whatever. By the time you've got it out and whatever, there's probably a good 10 pounds of meat in there. I devoured that duck over the entire day. Now, that's a little bit excessive. But what I'll do sometimes when I process a duck, I'll split it in half. I'll put part of it in the freezer and part of it in the refrigerator. And that's really how I do it, because when the meat is available, I will eat it in large quantities. I just limit what I have available, and it's fine. The good thing about me is I don't get hungry. I don't think I've ever been hungry. If I don't eat, I don't even get hungry when I don't eat. I just get lazy. So if I was to skip a meal, and it's happened occasionally, because I didn't have access to food, my productivity starts to go down and down and down. If I skip 2 meals and I try to survive on 1 meal a day, I'll fall asleep and I'll be extra lazy and you won't be able to get me to work. But yeah, it's just a matter of how you manage your food supply. You forgot bacon. I'm dating. And I haven't had bacon for a while. The last time I had bacon is when it was given to me on my birthday back in June. I had that for a few days. It ran out. I don't buy bacon because it's too much money. But that's okay. So we have a hi to Robbie. Jay, you eat it. Yes! Yes, Jonathan. See, that's the trick. You just eat the meat. I love bacon. Yes, you do. Anywhere. Ever. Right? Good morning to Brian. So simple. Yes, it is. That's the best thing about it. As long as it's not Pop-Tarts or donuts, you're probably fine with animal foods. We need different things at different times. And as Jonathan has mentioned, it is, it's a good idea to limit some macronutrients. If you're a person like me who's skinny as a toothpick, you can eat pretty much whatever you want. You will not get fat on the carnivore diet. All you have to do is look at me. I am not fat. In fact, if you'll notice this shirt that I'm wearing, this was from when I was in high school. It's a brand new shirt that I found tucked away. And let me go back over here. Let me see if I can. All right. Now take a look at this thing. Now this was a little bit larger when I was in high school, but it's one of the Rick style shirts with the checkerboard on it that everybody calls a picnic shirt. And it's just one of those things. Why is this camera so cloudy? Milton, have you been putting your paw on the camera again? Let's see. Where in the world? This ugly towel out of here. Maybe that looks a little better. Let's see. I guess that's a slight improvement. I have no idea if it makes any difference, but let me go back over. Okay, that's the wrong one. I don't have the fancy Stream Deck like Mitch has, so I have to select it from the menu, and the mouse I have is a little bit on the old side. Okay, now that's a little bit too low. We'll go a little bit higher than there. There we go. That's not too bad. Maybe a little bit lower. Okay, that should be better. All right, let me go back to the chat. And again, we're a little bit on the primitive side here, but yes. All right. And let me make an adjustment here. Just, let's see. Where is the browser? Okay, the browser is here. Let me just move this down a teeny little bit. There we go. Okay, so, oh well, whatever. Let's see, video capture. Let me look at what it looks like on YouTube. So we will click that, and there we go. Yes. Okay, we're moving that down a little bit. I could probably move it down a little bit more. So we will do that. Just a little bit more. There we are. I'm not using StreamYard today. We're doing it the old-fashioned way, the Rick way. Then again, I mean, I am using a microcomputer, which would not have been possible in the 1950s. There we go. Yeah, maybe I can move this down just a teeny bit more. Oops, wrong one. Wrong one, Rick. Let me go over here. I'm over here playing around with the OBS. I'm like Mitch. I'll show you a little bit of the tech going on here. Oh, maybe I'll just move this a teeny, teeny, tiny little bit. This is a browser window because I'm actually using, yeah, that should be okay. I'm using the extension that comes with Chrome. So I actually prefer this display over what we get in StreamYard, which is non-adjustable. All right, there we go. And I think that is just perfect. Well, for now, until the chat size changes. And that's why Papa Carnivore was saying, is there any way to show the comments on screen lower in the DRAM so they don't block your face? Just wondering. Well, now you know. It is possible up to a point. It all depends on the size of the comment. We have a morning from Larry Ryan to Brian. And Peter says, when I go into Latino grocery stores like Presidente, Bravo, Fresco y Mas, etc., the very first thing you see is giant burlap sacks of rice and beans and giant gallon-sized plastic bottles of seed oils. Yes, and this is one of the reasons why I get more irritated if I go to a customer's house and they're Cuban or some other Latin American variety. A lot of the Caribbean people are like that, from the islands, from Jamaica and from Trinidad and where else? Dominican Republic. It's all carbohydrates and seed oils. That is their whole lifestyle. And it makes you wonder why, when they get to my age, they have so many health issues. The interesting thing is, though, some of them live a long time. There are fat Caribbean women who are really out of shape, and they live into their 80s. How they do it, I don't know. But if they were on the carnivore diet, they probably never would get to that point. Because really, I think that people in the Caribbean would naturally tend to be lean. I think that their genetics are actually better than what we have here in North America, but the poor diet and the lifestyle is what's killing them. I hate to say it, but oh well. Okay, so let's see. We have a hello from Peter to Amy. Clean bacon on sale at Amazon all month, $1.52 a pound. Wow, that's really cheap. $1.52 a pound they're like giving it away. If it was that cheap here, I'd get a ton of it. Hi, Bride's Biscuit. Oh, I guess I need to freeze everything. Yes, and that will help, trust me. You see, one of the great things about the carnivore lifestyle is not just the type of food you're eating, but the fact that it's simplicity, and once you get used to simplicity, you're not going to want to do anything complicated. You're going to see every restaurant as a duck food or a parasite paradise, and you're not going to want to go there. You don't want to be sitting on the toilet for weeks with violent diarrhea because somebody made a mistake with a few raw veggies. Remember, you pay for their mistake. They don't. There's a big potluck lunch at work today. I'm sure there will be tons of duck food and temptation there. Wish me luck. I think you'll be fine. Peter, the longer you're on this lifestyle, the less likely you are to fall into the duck food, slip on the duck food, fall in the duck food, eat the duck food, and waddle around and quack and breathe hard. So we don't want to see that. Okay, yes, got to see that mug of yours. Okay, I don't know what that's about. Fonzie, there we go. Yeah, well, happy days. And we were talking about you. Good morning, Rick and everybody. Well, good morning to Mitch, old guy carnivore. All right, let me go back here to the comments. And speaking of wardrobe, I was wondering, since we are almost same age, do you dislike Levi's? No, I don't dislike Levi's, although I think now they're made in China, but no, I don't dislike them. I've had jeans over the years. They just don't hold up like they used to. A lot of times, to me, jeans are work clothes. My work clothes are different than when I'm presentable. My idea of work clothes, basically, would be jeans, or there would be just the gray pants or the blue pants. Now, I have a pair of those over here, and then a regular t-shirt for work, with or without sleeves, and it depends on the climate. That's work clothes. But when I do live, like if I go to a customer to do a presentation and it's inside an office, I will wear at least business casual, but at most times I'll wear a suit because I want to look somewhat professional. You think of that show they made, Mad Men. I've seen a couple of them. That's kind of the look I'm going for with that environment. But when I'm digging a ditch or I'm pulling a motor, I'm not going to wear that stuff. You're lucky if I don't wear my underwear, because sometimes I do. I'll wear my underwear outside in the yard and work on the car because you're going to sweat anyway, and why have more clothes get dirty than they have to? But then I'm fine with that. Guy I was working with yesterday had to take off first thing in the morning to go take a dump at a store somewhere. By the end of the day, he was farty. What a carvy. Yeah, right? And it's just, that's the other thing. Always having to go poop and then having to take a dump. It's just absolutely terrible. All right. I did OMAD yesterday and felt lethargic at work. Got very hungry. See? Had a huge New York strip for dinner around 9:30 when I got home. Then passed out. That's what you got to do. You can't be afraid. Now, the problem people get into is they start adding things that they really don't need to. They add too much butter. They add too much dairy. And again, there's a difference between somebody that sits at a desk, somebody that works indoors, and then somebody that's out there using a lot of energy, moving back and forth, walking around a lot, or somebody that's a serious bodybuilder that's going to the gym. They need more of the macronutrients because you can't starve your body into gaining. It's just not possible. And it all comes down to, again, the right combination of exercise and diet. And if you want to know anything about bodybuilding or your physique, we have an expert here. His name is Jonathan. He can tell you everything about it because not only does he have the education to back up his knowledge, he also has the practical application of the knowledge. And that's the reason why I have so much regard for him. That's just, I can't deny it. You know, I like results. And when I see results, then I tend to believe someone. Hi, Mitch. Hope you have a great and relaxing weekend. Yes, Mitch will probably make a video. He has all those interesting things to use. He's got his elliptical exerciser. He's got a selection of scooters and an e-bike. So he has an e-trike or e-bike or whatever. And there's a couple of other people in the carnivore community that have e-bikes. And then we have Thomas that has his regular bike, which he's going to start riding. So again, I'm really happy about that. And CC Stargazer has a nice compliment. She says, thank you for moving the comments slower. Want to see your handsome face. Well, I appreciate that, although I would tend to disagree a little bit. I'm not the ugliest guy around, but I ain't the prettiest either. So good morning to Brian. There we go. And morning to Mitch. And good morning to Professor Mitch Weiss. I have never seen you in a pair of jeans. I would leave those all the time when not at work. Child of the 80s. Yeah, to me, jeans are work clothing. If you're on a farm, for example. If you see me on a farm on a tractor, I would say 90% of the time I would wear jeans because they're made of canvas. They're designed for work. They are not designed for looking good. And if you look at a farmer from the 1950s when they go to church, how many people do you think would go to church in jeans? Not happening. They're going to wear pants or what women call slacks. That's what they're going to wear. Of course, women wear skirts, but that's not necessary. I actually don't like skirts because I think they're impractical. I don't have a problem with women wearing pants. I dealt with a lot of people in business. A lot of them were women, and they all wore pants. And some of them wore like a women's suit. And again, when you're in the business world, I think it's actually silly for women to try to look different because when they wear a skirt and they wear the blouse or whatever, they're trying to make themselves objects of attention, which I don't know. Now, the Amish women, they tend to look different, but they tend to do it in a way that they think is humble, which, again, still skirt and dress, whatever. They just make it longer, which I think is kind of silly as well. Now, if you're going to the beach and you're a gal, I cannot imagine anybody wearing Amish clothing to the beach. That would be extreme. You're not going to go swimming in that. But then again, hey, it's tradition. Just think about the 1950s, and that's the kind of look that I'm going for. In the 1950s, you did see guys wearing jeans. It was very common, but they didn't do it in a formal setting, and it was usually the younger guys that did the jeans. I am not tempted by any duck food, but around carnivore food, I'm crazy. And that's what you want. That's a good thing. You know, if your body craves carnivore food, that I think means that you're trying to heal. I could be wrong. That's just my opinion. I am not a dietitian. I'm not a nutritionist. I'm not a fitness person. I'm a nobody. I'm a quack looking for a heart attack. That's it. Aaron is driving to the meetup. Don't tell anyone. Okay, well, I actually linked to his live just so that people could check it out. I still have Levi's from high school. The question is, do they still fit? And if they do, congratulations. This shirt is from high school, and it still fits. Just bought 2 more pounds. Amazon grocery, Amazon Applewood smoked uncured bacon, 16 ounce. That is really, really cheap. I just wish they had that in the store here. That's incredible. I hate Amazon. I generally don't deal with them. But, you know, the old Levi's are the best. So well made. That's my point. When they were made in the U.S., they were awesome. I've been in shape since around May. Well, Jonathan, you're always in shape. Just maybe a little bit better than at other times, but you're always in shape. I now have a pen yard like that. There's a meme in that somewhere. Where is Barry? Yeah, there you go. Well, you can't really see it because I don't turn the camera on myself when I'm working outside, but that's okay. Jeans are forever in my heart. That is the best clothing ever. Again, it depends. I don't like wearing them in a formal setting. I think it's just, that's farmer's clothing. And I don't, you know, if I'm out on the farm, if I'm on the tractor, if I'm working in the Bobcat, you can bet 90% of the time I'm going to wear jeans because they're the best work clothing. They got the handy pockets. They're perfect for that. And if you bump into something, you're less likely to scrape yourself. Excellent. But if I'm going to an office to make a presentation around, and I get around other people, they wear jeans in the office. Some of them wear clothes that they call it business casual. I'm like, yeah. Now, if it would be the 50s where there was no air conditioning, then I could see that, but I'd probably still wear my shirt. I wear undershirts because one of the bad things about me is that I sweat like nobody else you've ever seen. Like, I sweat as much as a fat person or a bodybuilder, and I'm neither. So I will wear the undershirt so I don't get those wet spots that make you look ridiculous. I mean, usually I get them right here, and I get them like right in this area, and it's just totally embarrassing. So I wear the undershirt to avoid that problem, and it works quite well. I wear only black jeans. Well, there you go. I like the button-up Levi's, but they are hard to find. Yes. Does that make you a racist for DS? That's a question, because he wears black jeans. Okay. Or reverse racist, you know. Walking. There we go. Barry Simon is out in the outdoors. Airing in 4.5 hours. And we have a link over here. And I guess that would be on your channel. So we're gonna make sure that we don't overlap on Jonathan's channel. We don't do that. You don't want to get across Jonathan. I am quite racialist. Yes. Hey, I've been accused of being racist by many people. I've been accused of being misogynist, sexist, racist, and homophobic. Can you imagine? Who would call me racist? My best friends are not white. Look, one of my friends that I go with live every 2 weeks, he's not white. And my friends are from all different parts of the world. But then again, you know, and then misogynist, you don't see me saying bad things about women. I appreciate women. In fact, I encourage them. I think they're great. And then what's the other one? Homophobic? I mean, come on. I think I am the least homophobic person out there. I even compliment guys when they're good looking. The problem is then it creeps them out. I said, well, you know, you look pretty good. Have you been working out? You got a nice butt too. And they run away. Like, uh-oh, this guy is bad news. But I don't have a problem with complimenting people. Women, they're always like, well, they don't compliment each other much, but they're always like super friendly. They hug each other and whatever. And, you know, if the guys were more like that, we'd probably have less problems. Sometimes good guys don't wear white. Yes, that is very true. Although the Dodge Boys, you remember those commercials? They all had white hats. The Dodge Boys. Carnivore Wayne, morning Rick, morning all. Well, good morning. Glad that you've dropped in. I buy my steaks, chicken, pork, duck, shrimp, etc. on sale, then freeze it. This way I save the most money, yes, and always have tons of delicious and nutritious meat, yes. And a lot of times the stuff that's on sale is frozen when you get it, or they just put it out. I grab it while it's still frozen. It goes straight in my freezer. That's a good thing. No matter what we wear, but the material matters. Cotton, linen, natural fabrics, not plastic. Yes, that's what I have. Everything. John Lespina said, am I having dreams of French bread is a good thing, and that it means I'm abstaining from it? I can't imagine. French bread, that sounds like a nightmare. Bread is disgusting. How can anybody like bread? Ugh, nasty. If I had a choice between bread and a steak, I mean, wouldn't that be an insult? When you think of steak, you think about rich people. You think about high-end living. You don't think of poor people. I mean, if you think, let's think about a trailer park, okay? And we're not talking about a nice trailer park like Mitch's trailer park. Let's think about the super redneck trailer park with real trailers. Mitch's trailer park has mobile homes, but a real trailer has a hitch on it. It's got, you can see the wheels on it. It's kind of rounded. It's got some little awning hanging off of it, like the one I show in my intro, the old Coral Way trailer park. And you got the rednecks out there. They got shorts. They got the gut hanging out. They got the tank top, or they call it the wife beater, and they're all ratty looking. You think about the worst possible trailer park. How many of those people are going to be inside their home cooking a steak? How many of them are eating ribeye? No, they're drinking beer. They're eating duck food. That's what I think about. When you think of a steak, you think of like Palm Beach. You think of a house over there, big and fancy, old classical style. And here comes the butler. Oh, your dinner, sir. And there's a delicious, they lift up the little tureen and you see the steak steaming. Steak is high end. Steak is for the elite. Duck food is for the masses, the unwashed masses, whatever. That's the way I think of it. So when I see bread, I think of bread and circus, bread and water for the prisoners. I think of bread for the poor people. It's just a way of keeping them alive. It's like giving kibble to your cat. But on the other hand, when I think of roast, or I think of like roast beef, you have the guy with the hat cutting it for you and serving it to you. Or they, ever seen those medieval feasts where they bring in the animal, they drop it on the table, and everybody breaks out their knife and they start cutting off pieces? A lot of them used to eat with their hand, but that's okay. Mannix Gaming, hello, Rick and O. Hello, and same to Peter. Yes, Rick, they do fit. I am same size. See? There you go. There's no excuse for the clothes not fitting. I hate Amazon, but they're my only source for food. It's them or Whole Foods. Well, Whole Foods is Amazon, so you have no choice. I have better body composition out there. There you go. Some people have better body composition in their 40s, 50s, and 60s than they did in their teenage years. And if you've ever been to a neighborhood pool party and you see what some of these teenagers look like with their shirt off, it's shocking. Some of them actually have breasts or something close to it. I'm like, is that a boy or a girl? I'm like, oh, that's not good. When that's a boy and it looks like it's got breasts, that's not a good thing. So that's probably way too much duck food. I like to wear the clothes which make me feel like I am on a farm. Well, there you go. And again, when you think of a farmer, you think of the suspenders, the overalls, but you think of jeans. Farmers wear jeans. In cool weather, they'll have a jacket. In hot weather, usually cut-off shirt. That's the farmer way. So when I see people like that, it makes me feel good because I'm thinking, all right, they're out on the farm. That's where I want to be. That's what I like. Okay. Let's see. Oh, all right. The comments have jumped up rather quickly. I'm not sure what happened. Good morning from Albany, New York, from Cordelia and Albany. Well, good morning from Miami, Florida. And Jonathan agrees. Congratulations. We should be able to have better body composition. Yes. They weaponized these words. Yes, they did. I'm still angry that we got Jeff Bezos off the planet, then we let him return. Well, maybe he needs a drone visit. Thanks, JJJ. I need to get along with all people, but when it comes to groups, I have all kinds of suspicions. Amish beachgoers email. There you go. Uh-oh. I'll have to check that out. Let me see. Let me catch up with the comments. Last week, he had a very interesting video that I put on. All right, world is soft now since everyone is eating duck food. People gets offended easy. That is true. And there's Annabella. Hi, Rick and Milton. Well, hello. Glad that you are here. Freezing meat makes sense. Freezing a whole iguana is something different. I've had frozen iguanas in the freezer. When I get too many iguanas, that's it. We're allowed bred in circuses by design. That is right. And I don't want to be bred, and I don't care. I mean, I don't mind the circus, but I don't want it to be a distraction. Hello, darling. Uncle Charlie, it is not a secret. No, I put the link earlier. I look more like a tall, skinny vegan than a bodybuilder. That is true. But when it comes to tall, skinny vegan, I look like a 30-year-old tall, skinny vegan. That's what I look like. My mom used to make homemade wholemeal bread. It was so yummy. When she stopped making bread, it ruined bread for me. I've never been a big bread person. Well, that's good. My dad used to make bread. I hate bread. Oh, I hate it. Every time they bake bread, I'm like, ugh. We used to have a wholesome bakery over there by the railroad tracks, and everybody would drive by, bread. I'm like, ugh. But boy, when we went by Shorty's Barbecue, I love barbecue. And Shorty's Barbecue was down the street. It's actually still there until they demolish it for another apartment building. But when you went up US 1, when we came from downtown, we would pass the Wholesome Bakery. That was torn down in the 80s to build 2 shopping centers that have failed. Now they're tearing down the last one to build apartments, which will also fail. But anyway, further up the road, you go towards Dadeland, and there was Shorty's Barbecue, and it smelled good. There was also the Old South Barbecue. And then there was, I forget what the other one. We had a lot of barbecue places. We even had the Ranch House around the corner, which is now a cannabis dispensary. Papa Carnivore, I don't work out. That's why I look like this, is what I say. Yes. And I don't work out either, although I intend to. Once I get settled, once I can retire, I'm going to give it a shot. We'll see what an old guy can do. And I have a bit of a belly, just like the vegans do. They're very skinny, but have a bloated belly from eating lots of fruits, veg, grains, and beans. And that's what I really can't stand. You know, I like skinny people. Skinny women, skinny guys, great. But when you have that belly sticking out, you don't look good. And I see young people that look like that too, and that's just not good. It was heart attack, heart failure, and water retention. Now we have hot summertime in Poland, and the number of people constantly eating ice cream is huge. They cannot go off for a walk and park without their treat. That is true. The question is, are they getting fat? But who knows? I've always loved ice cream. Vanilla and chocolate are my favorite flavors. I haven't had ice cream in over a year. Well, that's good. I hate ice cream. I always hated it. It used to make my teeth hurt. Now I can chew ice and my teeth don't hurt. So I thought to myself, why would I eat ice cream? I'll just chew ice. Skip the middleman. Your question was used on Dr. Paul Mason's channel. Oh, really? I haven't seen the blonde guy for a while. I have to check that out. I've got a smaller size ribeye for dinner tonight. Hopefully I won't stray off plan too much. The potluck luncheon at work today. I'll fast until lunch. There you go. And Carnivore Run, my lifestyle. Hi, Rick. I bet your grocery bill is very small. It's equal to iguana. Well, I try to limit it as much as I can. And the dumpster and the canal are my backup when there's not enough money for a good purchase. Yes, I saw that on video. I made a comment on a previous video, and they used that, this new video discussion. Yeah. Okay, I didn't see that. They broke it down well. Last time I had ice cream was pre-carnivore. Actually, that's the last time I've had any plant-based besides coffee or sauerkraut. Well, coffee doesn't seem to affect most people, and sauerkraut is something I add to my diet from time to time, so I think that's fine. Usually, Rick only buys meat that is on sale for $1.50 a pound or less. That is true. That is very true. Pork, chicken, the beef, I mean, I'll go as high as $3.99, but over that, it's too much. I can't afford it until I dump this place. I don't have to pay all those property taxes, and I have better income. So that's coming. It's coming. It just takes time. And there's Kelly, Missouri Carnivore. Good morning, Rick, and everyone from Missouri here in Avon, Indiana. Looking forward to meeting people at the meetup today. And I'm not sure whose meetup that is, but I'm sure you can tell us. I just bought a big pork shoulder roast at Winn-Dixie for 88 cents a pound. 3 New York strips for $7.99 a pound. Freezer is now packed full. Well, that's great. The $7.99 is too much for me to get beef. If it was $4.99, I could probably deal with that, but I just don't have the money. So, but I did grab the shoulder roast. I'll grab a couple more today. It's a limited one, but they don't check. You go in, you go out, you come back later. You can get it, no problem. And 3 ribeyes, 3 New York strips for, okay, freezer's full. Well, it won't be full once you eat it. Dr. Mason started podcasts on his channel recently, so putting out more great comment. Okay. And Paul Mason, I mean, he's always seemed to be in pretty good shape, and he's a good-looking blonde guy, too, so that should work in his favor. I put the pork shoulder roast in the fridge. We'll cook it on my day off on Wednesday. Well, there you go. What I do, I cut it in pieces and cook it. I often can get pork shoulder and chicken for under $1 a pound. That's right. Chicken is 58 cents a pound at Presidente Supermarket. I bought some yesterday. Dustin Keto Simple, okay, is having the meetup. That's why I haven't seen him online today. That makes sense because he's always here on my channel to say hi. Well, that's good. And if Dustin Keto Simple is having a meetup, I'm sure it's going to be a good one. Are you having it at a restaurant or are you having it at a park? That's the question. And by the way, I caught up with the comments. So that's pretty good. All right. So let's see who the new comments are. Whoops. Okay. I'm back. Had to put air in the tires for my road trip. Make sure they're all the right pressure. Officially on the road to Indy, everybody. Excellent. Now, the gas stations here, they charge you money for air, but there's one place where I can get free air at any time, and that's in my driveway. You've probably seen next to where I'm stripping my old Charger. I have my air meter that dings every time, bing, 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 till it puts the air in. I do that all the time. Rick, you are not broke. You just live in the wrong country. Yes, I live in Latin America. They say this is the United States, but this is not the United States. Very few people here speak English as a first language. And it's got that third world mentality of very high prices and very low wages. So that is one of the things that you'll see about the Miami area. Now, you go upstate, and I always say the further north you go, the further south you feel. That's a saying we have here. This is not Miami. This is Cuba Norte, Cuba North. All right. So anyway, let's talk a little bit about what's been going on during the week. Now, I do talk about carnivore channels, but I want to talk about something that's non-carnivore. For those of you that are on a road trip, sometimes people will stop. They'll stop for fast food to get burger patties. But there's a very popular place that people like to stop at. And you probably know the one I'm talking about, the one that has a logo that looks like Alvin the Chipmunk, but is supposed to be a beaver. It's called Buc-ee's, not to be confused with Duckies. And it's a big corporation. Like all big corporations, they're doing stupid things. And one of the stupid things they've been doing is suing other businesses because in their view, their name or logo is similar to theirs. And it really is quite funny. They sued a company that uses a moose. They sued one that uses a bear. And they sued some little mini mart, which I think is owned by a guy that is like Apu of The Simpsons. And he calls himself the Beaver Mini Mart. And the beaver looks more like Rocky the Squirrel than it does Alvin the Chipmunk. So they're threatening to sue this guy. I don't know if they're actually going to take him to court. Seems like a really bad idea. Now, a friend of mine lives in Ocala, which is up further north in Florida, and they're building a Buc-ee's near him. Well, people around there are so angry, they're saying that when they open it, they're not going to do any business there. They're just going to go there, look around, and walk out. So what they'll do is stop over there, maybe just buy some gas if it's cheaper than everybody else, and then leave. Because as you know, gas stations don't make most of their profit from the gas. They make profit from what's inside. And what's inside most gas stations? Lots of duck food. Now, I know that some of them do offer beef jerky, and they offer certain meat items, which are good. But again, if you don't agree with big companies going after little ones, you're probably better just taking something with you. And there's many things you can take with you. And once I get my truck running, if I ever do, I'm going to show you a Rick road trip. So if I ever do make a road trip, and I'm hoping that when Dr. Kiltz has his next meetup, he will invite me to the meetup, and instead of having to take the bus, I will be using my truck. And I will fill it with seed oils, and I will go for a drive, and on the way there, I will cook on the engine, so I won't have to spend 5.5 hours on the bus I might be able to get there in less than 4 hours in the truck. And by the time I get there, not only can I enjoy some delicious meat, but I can offer it to somebody else that's there and say, hey, would you like to have some engine cooked meat? And see what they like. I might have some steak on the engine, maybe some pork on the engine, maybe some chicken. And of course, some iguana. You know there's going to be iguana on the engine. We can't go for a road trip without a little iguana. So that's great. All right, let me go back to the comments over here. Now, I'm going to double check. We got 71 people watching right now. That's really, really amazing. And let's see. Oh, where are my comments? Why are they not coming up? Oh, well, no big deal. Sometimes I think this gets a little bit stuck. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to close my existing YouTube window, and I'm going to open another one. This video is unavailable. Okay. All right, let's go back to YouTube, and let me go to... Okay, why am I not seeing this? Huh. Oh, okay. That could be why. Let me click my channel, and I am going to hit the live. Okay. All right, let's see if the comments come up again. Yeah. Yeah, they seem to be stuck. All right, okay, now it reset. There we go. Okay. Costco has excellent free air pressure machines for cars. That's interesting. They also have one at Lowe's. Half the time it's broken, though. And also what is the other gas station that we have here? The Wawa, the Goose gas station. They have free air thing, but it's usually broken as well. Okay. Do someone cook chicken drumstick? No, I fry mine. Barry Simon, would it be okay to put a blurb for the meetup in Boston? Yes, absolutely okay. Rick Road Trip for the 24th and a half century. Yep. Duck Dodgers. How about manifold hot dogs? I've never cooked hot dogs on the engine, but I've heard about it. I don't really eat hot dogs. I love air-fried chicken wings, whether I see wings on sale for $1.90 a pound or less, or buy them, freeze them. Yes, trouble is my freezer is jam-packed. Well, Peter, you got to eat the food. You don't put it in the freezer to stockpile it. You put it in there to eat it. My freezer is always half empty. I always have plenty of room in my freezer. I don't think I've ever gotten to the point where the freezer... Well, actually, I did. One time, they had a markdown before, it was in 2017, before Hurricane Irma. They marked down the meat at Aldi to next to nothing. They were selling beef for 40 cents a pound just to get rid of it. And you know me, I had $100 in my pocket, and when there's meat on sale, I must have bought 200 pounds of meat. I had so much meat. My mother was still alive back then. She says, what are you going to do with all that meat? I'm putting it in my spare freezer. I put it in the spare freezer, and I plugged it in. But you know we're going to lose power. Yes, but I don't care. I have 500 gallons of vegetable oil. I have a diesel generator. I could run this house. I have my wood gas generator. I could run this house for a year off of the debris that I collect. And of course, I wasn't able to work back then because I had to take care of Mom 24 hours a day. So when my friends were out there making money doing debris removal, I was here at the house making sure that Mom was eating and was healthy. My mom was already in pretty rough shape in 2017. And then, what can you do? Anyway, let's see here. Okay, now that I've caught up with the comments, let me hit my email because I want to see what Barry sent me. This is going to be very interesting. And let's see here. Okay, there's my email, and there we go. All right. So we have something over here from Barry. Let's do this. Okay, let's download this to the computer, and we will open it up and see what happens. All right. Why did my computer...
All right, family, beach access ahead.
Okay,
But
let
the
me
sign
move
says
this. I'm going to move this over here. All right. And I'm going to maximize it. And then I'm going to go and switch scenes. There we go. All right. So let's see what we got here. Oops. Okay. Why am I not? Okay. There we go. There we are. Okay. Let me go back and see what we have here. There we go. All right. Let's try it.
All right, family, beach access ahead.
But the sign says no buggies.
We are not buggies, we are Amish.
Yay, the ocean!
Let's get our feet wet.
Careful, don't get your clothes too sandy.
Wee, splish, splash!
There you go. Amish, yep. Amish buggy. It's funny how they put a hat on the horse. That's really funny. But you know, I've learned a lot from the Amish, and I think if we would do some of the things that the Amish did, I think our lives would be a whole lot better, and I'll tell you why. All right, we're not talking horse and buggy. So we could have what we call the Rick Amish. Instead of riding around in a horse and buggy, you'd be riding around in a wood-powered truck or maybe a muscle car from the 60s or 70s, and you could dress up like somebody in the 50s or 60s, kind of, conservative or whatever. But on the other hand, you still have electricity. You might go off-grid, but it might be solar and wind and whatever. And you grow your own food. You have your own animals. I think in many ways, we could have our own version of the Amish. We just have to call it something else. We could call it the space age community or something like that. They're the space age people. So you're going to have that 1950s kind of look, everything looking like it's going into outer space. I think it'd be kind of neat. So I don't know. Let's see if anybody wants to join in that community. I tell everybody, we'll just find one sort of rural county and we'll all move there. We'll take over. We'll get our people in the commission. We'll take over the town and get rid of all the black, white, and gray boxes. Gone. Black, white, and gray is gone. We're going to replace it. Next thing you know, you got houses with red brick, and you got rocks, and you got colored tiles, and you've got neon all over the place. You think that it's like Las Vegas in the 1950s. It's like, I go to the grocery store, but there's more neon than there was at the Dunes Casino. You have a gigantic sign out there. Maybe you have a neon duck. You put in front of your slogan in your grocery store. We do not sell duck food. Instead of saying where shopping is a pleasure, where shopping is an adventure. That would be my supermarket. Remember what Publix used to look like in the 60s and 50s? Well, there you go. So we'll call this, I don't know, Lions Market or something like that. I mean, they have a Food Lion, but you could have a Lions Market. And you go there and you walk in the store and it's nothing but carnivore foods. And then we have like in the back of the store a section called duck food because everybody has ducks. And you'll find chips and rice and all that other stuff that you give to ducks heavily discounted because it's all overstock from other stores. So when you come into my grocery store, what do you see right there? You'll see like a big display with maybe a giant roast, maybe some chuck rolls sitting in a refrigerated case. You know how you have the refrigerated case that's like open at the bottom? And I mean, it's open at the top, but you can see into it. And you'll have chuck rolls on sale. You might have local farmer. I would think it'd be pretty neat. You imagine that town and you go to the gas station. There's like only 2 gas stations because hardly anybody buys gas. And you ask them, where's the snacks? And they're like, what's a snack? We sell gas. We do oil changes. Like in the 1950s, you go to the Texaco or you go to the Amoco. You go to the Rickco, whatever. Well, we have different fuels. We have premium gas for your muscle car. You got that like Sunoco 260, 104 octane, ready to go. We have alcohol for your alcohol-powered car. And, of course, we have seed oils. Recycled seed oils for your diesel. We have plastic diesel. We got all this good stuff. And motor oil, well, you can go to the auto parts. Can you imagine how many auto parts there would be in a place full of people like me? They have Tractor Supply in other places. Well, this would be even worse. You go over there, it's like Why are there so many heavy equipment stores? I need hydraulic fittings. Oh, you have your choice. You got like 10 places that sell them. And hardware, there's a hardware store everywhere. Every neighborhood has at least one. You know, you're in a rural neighborhood and you see this one house and it says hardware. So you have your home and then you have a little hardware store next to it. Everybody's just buying hardware and selling it because you're going to need it. And tools of all kinds. I mean, forget about Temu and what's the other one? Alibaba. Everybody's got stuff laying around and cheap. So, I don't know. It would be the globalists' worst nightmare and the developers' worst nightmare because sooner or later a developer would go in there and say, hey, you know, I could buy this land and I could build some apartments. And then as soon as people find out about it, the rotten Muscovy duck eggs start flying. Get out of our town. You start throwing at the guy. He gets there in his Lamborghini. Next thing you know, it's so covered in rotten duck eggs, he has to get out of the county quickly. And then that's not the worst of it. Can you imagine the strawberry poop gas? You have a big truck load of poop, and here comes another developer. And the guy's driving the truck. Oh, yeah, that's that guy from Miami. Let's get him. And they take the chute out of the truck, turn on the pump, and a big stream of manure goes all over him. Oh, and people hate him. You know, oh, we're going to buy this shopping center. We're going to remodel it. And as soon as they do that, nobody goes there. It's like they spent all this money making this thing into a box, and it's deserted. Everybody in town's like, I'm not going to go there. That place is a dump. They're so cheap, they didn't even put a ceiling in there. It's all exposed and painted black. No. I'm going to go to the other grocery store. I'm going to go to the Lions grocery, and I'm going to buy delicious meats. And I'm going to walk in there. I'm going to see the shiny terrazzo floor with all the patterns on it, the famous ceiling tiles with the little tiny holes, and the light fixtures that hang down with real light bulbs in them. Instead of that stupid thing with those hexagon-shaped LED craps. No, we don't want that. And that's it. And it's like an insulated system. You drive everybody out. Just like the Amish. The Amish, they have their communities, and they exist in a world of other people, and they continue to live. In fact, their population is increasing because they reproduce. Now, of course, in my community, we have to work on that. But when you get the right women around there, it's going to be easy to reproduce. Plus, life is cheap. You'll have plenty of income. You can have your kids. You won't have to worry about sending them to school, because right here, you wouldn't send them to public school. You got to homeschool them. But our public schools would be just like a school from the 1950s. It may or may not have air conditioning, but at least you'll be able to see everyone. There won't be an 8-foot fence with barbed wire like we have here. And I think it would be great, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because most people are just too controlled. They don't want to try anything different. They don't want to look different, and they don't want to be out there. They don't want to be in the forefront promoting something that's different. They want to be accepted by the system. What they don't realize is the system is based on extraction. It's all about control. They have all the money they want. They can print money whenever they want it. They want to control you because you are their life. Without you, they cannot exist. Because if you had a world of only extractors, they would all destroy each other. And that's the thing. A lot of people don't say that. But anyway, let's go back to our chat. Let's not get on too much of a rant. Okay. Let's see. A lot of chat. That's what happens when I start blabbing away. Have a great time today. Yes, at the meetup. Thanks, Rick. Anytime. Okay. Good morning. And if you want to put any specifics on the meetup, send them to me. I'll put it here. Or great show as always. Well, thank you, Jonathan. And you are a very important part of it as well. I have a 9 a.m. stream with Steven, but I'll be back. Well, it's 9 a.m. right now, so I hope you enjoy it, Liz, and I'll see you later. Carnivore Ron, I think you would drive a buggy if it said Dodge on it. Yeah, right. Well, I like having an engine myself. I am a firm believer in mechanical advantage. And if you can have an engine, that's great. It's just we don't want to be getting our energy from foreign countries. We want to come up with our own energy locally. And you can do it. You can definitely do it. Oh, yes, imagine if somebody's creating fellowships, that'll be the start for these villages. Yeah, and we know exactly who that is, don't we? There you go. But I'm saying on a county level, that's the trick, because our biggest enemy is code enforcement. But if you run the county, code enforcement is not an issue. In fact, you can use it as a weapon to drive the developers away. You tell them, well, if you're going to build a development, you have to have so many trees. And instead of discouraging junk cars, you have to have at least one junk car in your yard to get a property tax break. So everybody's going to run out there and get some old car or truck, put it up on blocks, and put it in their front yard. And can you imagine? And then you say, well, you don't have to cut your grass. We want to encourage insects and animals. Let it grow as much as you want. And if you want to cut it, get yourself a goat, a cow, or sheep. It would be intolerable for these money-grubbing central bankers, because it's all about extraction. They want control. The more control they have, the more money they make. If they lose control, they're obsolete, and no one is going to pay attention to them. Now, if you don't like looking at tall grass and you don't like looking at rundown houses, just don't look at it. It's that simple. You still have the freedom to make your place as beautiful as you want. If you want to have 5 acres of nothing but grass, you are welcome to do that. But you don't want to tell other people. I would rather have tall grass and have animals eating it than just mow the stupid thing. It's ridiculous. And we have a hello from Annabella to Jonathan. Yes, I know about what's going on in your place. Many houses in my area have red brick. Yeah, well, it's practical over there. Okay, and Miami reminds me of Latin America. Everyone speaks Spanish or Portuguese there. Very few speak any English. Yes, also rice, beans, and plantains are the, let's see, jumped over here, are the preferred meal. Yes, and they like ripe plantains, which are disgusting. Ethanol-free fuel for my lawnmower. Well, you got that too. See, you got all those choices. I use that for my car. What you describe, Rick, is kind of utopia. That's why it'll never happen, because the central banker extractors don't want that. Runs way more smoothly. Yes. And good morning. Morning to CB. Rick should write a novel, maybe a series. Yeah, well, nobody would read it. When you was a kid, you consuming raw milk or pasteurized? I always had pasteurized until I had friends that used to raise cattle, and then we would have raw milk as well. It was very, very common. When we still had cow pastures here, raw milk was easy to get. Protest like a Dutch farmer. Yes, spray them with manure. Don't want to support corn crops that damage people and environment. That's true too. Those monocrops. Okay, I drive Toyota Mercedes and bought 42,000 miles for $12,000. Looks brand new. I'm paying off the loan, so I will own it in about 6 months. I hate debt car payments. That's it. Now, you're not going to, obviously where you live, you're not going to buy a junk car like I do, because I can't imagine your community allowing you to work on your car or cut up an old car like I do here. But, you know, that's the way I am. Carnivores tend to be fertile. Hopefully, I'm the exception. So I guess this makes it obvious that he did not check out my WeNet Substack because he's describing. No, I know exactly. I told you I know exactly what you got there. But I'm saying on a county-wide scale. That's the trick. You got to get control of the county, because sooner or later, when you get your community going, the greedy central bankers and their puppets, the county commission, will give you problems. But if you can hit the commission and take it over, that's it. And if you live in an agricultural county, they're going to go with you, because that's where the money comes from. The problem is that most people, they look at the developers as something good. They're going to put more money, they're going to raise taxes and everything. But they don't realize developers are extractors. And if I had my way, they would be eliminated. There would be no developers. Now, I'm not saying it's wrong to build houses, because that's fine. But that's a builder. There's a difference between a builder and a developer. Builders, they would build homes at a reasonable price and put them on the market. But developers, they're about extraction. They want to take something that's already there, get rid of it, and cram more into the same space. That's the problem. Okay. I'm in a rental. They just changed all the lights LED, and I got a letter, power company changing the meter as well. See, it's going everywhere. But me, I still got my incandescent bulbs, and I'm not getting rid of them. I don't save any money. I tried the LED lights. You know how much my electric bill went down? $5. $5. That's it. So you tell me, where is the real savings? There isn't any. And here's the problem. Those LED bulbs don't last. I put them in here for 2 months and 2 burned out. 2 bulbs burned out in 2 months. Those incandescents I use, you know how many of them have burned out in almost 30 years? That many. 0. Those are traffic light bulbs. They never burn out. And in the bathroom, where I turn the light on and off, that's where the LED burned out. We had a power surge, and that's what took out another one of those LEDs. They don't hold up. But those incandescent bulbs, they laugh at the power surge. We had one time a lightning strike when I was a kid. The power went off. We had a second lightning strike, and all of a sudden the lights came on and then went off. That was probably from the lightning. Not one of them blew out. It's amazing. Now, the cheap incandescents, they don't last. But the good ones, they last forever. I used to have a bunch of people when I went compassionate carnivore to heal myself. I found out that most of them were vegans. They all have. And that is the problem. A lot of the people that are into the sustainable living are actually plant-based. This is a problem. This is something that we need to work on. We need to show them they don't have to be. And what I don't understand, how can a carnivore like me have vegan friends, and yet the vegans don't like the meat eaters? I don't understand that. I hate gray walls inside my house. Not my color. After I recover from hip surgery, I will be repainting my house walls, starting with, let me get this over here. I got to come up with a better way. Starting with my kitchen with a tan wall color. Well, you know what? I like the light blue, the yellow, and all that stuff that they had in the 50s and 60s. I like that. I have a rich approved 20-year-old town and country 3.8 liter. Well, there you go. See? I like the way your mind works. What do you think about earth shifts for homes? Well, some people have tried them and some people have had success. It depends on your climate, really. It really depends on climate. I find it very interesting that when a vegan leaves, goes keto or carnivore, they're typically excommunicated from the vegan community as traitors. Very sad. And the thing is, if any of us carnivores went plant-based, which I don't think will ever happen, because I only know one person who ever tried to go plant-based after 10 years carnivore, and you're looking at him. I tried it. It was a disaster. And remember, I was 24 years old at the time. If I tried to do that now, my body would not cooperate at all. I'd probably be sick in a week. When you're younger, you can get away with it. But the older you get, the more protein you need. It's crazy. How in the world? People my age, they can barely talk a conversation for more than a minute, and they lose it. You think they could sit on a live stream and talk for 4, 5, 6, 7 hours? Not happening. They can't do it because their brain is being starved of the fats that they need, the good quality animal fats, the proteins, amino acids. Sure, you can survive on a plant-based diet. Yes, you can live a long time on a plant-based diet. There are people who have lived over 100 on a plant-based diet. But is it the optimal diet? The answer is no. And if you're going to go plant-based, you have to supplement so many ways. Is it possible to be like me and take absolutely no vitamins or supplements and be relatively healthy on a plant-based diet? And the answer is no, you can't. There are some things you cannot get from plants. We can't do it. Where are you going to get your vitamin B12 from? That's a good question. There are some things, your heme iron, you can't get that. And the older you get, the harder it is for your body to survive on plants. But again, I don't know what it is. It will happen if it just starts with each of us saying, yeah, I'm going to share my backyard this Friday, invite 2 people that I know and ask them. See, I can't do that because my backyard is a junkyard. But start a Friday fellowship. Now, on Monday night, I have a neighborhood get-together pretty much every Monday night. The problem is when Bob set up Carnivore Talk, it's at the same time. But that's okay. We still have our meetups. So we do have local meetups. And I have been encouraging people to eat more meat and less duck food. And I am seeing progress. We have 3 people that are already on the keto diet. Keto is the beginning, and that's it. And you know what? It's better keto than ducko. Dr. Kiltz calls plants toilet paper. Yes, lettuce is nature's toilet paper. And we've seen that it is definitely nature's toilet paper with all the poop parasites that have entered the vegetable supply. And this is my vegan friend. She has given up raw vegan simply because of that. She will not eat any more raw vegetables. She will eat fruit, but she will not eat raw vegetables anymore. And I said, that is awesome, because that's a start. I taught her how to ferment vegetables. Fermentation, by the way, destroys the parasites because the conditions of lactofermentation don't allow them to reproduce and they will die off. But on the other hand, she's got her own garden now. So most of her veggies are from the yard. She has a nice home over there near Palmetto. It's a big yard. It's like half acres. And why would you waste that land with just landscaping and grass when you can grow vegetables? And she's learned how difficult it is to keep the bugs off the vegetables and keep the animals away from the vegetables. We had to enclose her vegetable garden to make it even slightly productive because she doesn't like killing bugs and animals. So we got basically, you know those pool enclosures that have screens around them? That's what her garden is. It's this huge screen enclosure, and it cost a lot of money, but we built it, and now she can grow vegetables, but she will not eat raw vegetables anymore, but she will eat fruits, and she's cooking the vegetables and fermenting the vegetables. And you know what? Even though she's plant-based, she's actually started eating eggs. Oh, wow. Can you imagine that? A friend of hers down in Homestead has chickens. So she's been eating eggs from the chickens. So this is a person who was hardcore raw vegan. She's had a lot of infections. She's been hospitalized at least 3 times. And she was having terrible gastritis. And guess what? She's still vegetarian, but she's eating eggs. She's growing her own vegetables, and she's eating fruit. And she's trying to get as much local food as possible. First of all, she's gained 5 pounds, but she looks leaner. Isn't that weird? Her skin looks better. She's happy. Now, she's about a year younger than me. And now her hair is starting to grow a little bit thicker. There's got to be something to this carnivore diet, I'm telling you. I don't know. But I'm happy to see that. But I did give her a bunch of bananas from my yard, a big bunch of them where the banana plant had fallen over. And she's got her own banana. I have given her 5 varieties of bananas, which are growing. She's composting. I mean, she's basically almost retired. She makes money online or whatever. She's got plenty of money. So now she's got time. I said, look, now that you have good economic opportunity, why not concentrate on producing your own food? I'm happy about that. And the best thing is when the iguanas take over her yard, I go over there and clean it up for her. And the iguanas have been no problem because I did a very good job. When we had that cooler weather, I grabbed as many as I could. But there's a few iguanas, but it'll take about a year before they can become a problem again. And then I'll go hunting over there and I'll get them all. And she doesn't seem to have a problem with me killing iguanas. And that's a vegan. So it just, and I think the more that she does that, the more reasonable she'll get. Okay. I don't mind the outside of my house being gray. It's blended with color, like my roof is dark brown, my deck is a reddish color, and hoping to paint my shutters next year a color. Yeah. Now, I don't really like paint myself. I like natural finishes. I like having the outside of my building brick, rock, tile, something. I never like painting. I haven't painted this house in ages. I just don't like paint. But hey, whatever works, works. If you live in a manufactured home, paint is critical to keeping it from deteriorating. My sweetheart, we are structured. Try and put one in every county and every state. It starts with the Friday Fellowship Fire Circles, and we help them to co-op with a local farmer in distress. That's good. And again, I'm glad that you put out videos. I'm glad that you're doing that. We need to all participate in this more. When the Amish cross paths with modern technology sent. Okay, so we got another one from Barry Simon. And there's Christy, Meeting Wellness. Hello and good morning, everyone. Good morning. I was kind of surprised when you had the famous, very famous Dr. Barry that everybody goes for interviewed on your channel. So Is Dr. Barry coming back down to earth to communicate with us? Well, he was on Dr. Kiltz's channel. I think that Dr. Barry realizes that he's a little on the isolated side with his closed community. And I think that he probably knows that he needs to engage more with the carnivore community or he's going to get left behind. Once your hip gets repaired, you're going to have so much energy and be pain-free that you're going to finish lots of projects. I agree with that. I do think so. You're going to be wanting to do around your farmhouse. Yes. Commission always on developers' side here. Yeah. No matter how much residents go to meetings. That's right. And that's why you have to get your people on the commission. And then the ones that go with the developers, you send them the manure. You have like a neighborhood protest. The problem is that most people don't know what's going on. But when you realize who the enemy is, you get that manure spreader ready and you go there and manure their house, manure their yard. And all these people that love money, they want their house perfectly clean. They want a nice, clean driveway. They want a mowed lawn. So you get that manure spreader and you park that thing out there, start spinning that thing, and the turds are flying all over the place. Then you get people over there laughing at them. What are they going to do? Call the police? The sheriff's your buddy. He'll laugh too. Oh, well, I guess you're going to have to water your yard to get the manure and get the stuff growing. That's the way I see it. I can't stand those developer types. What really bothers me, when you have these people that make money, they call themselves financiers. I think they should all be spread with manure, every one of them. And then another thing you could do, you get one of, you know how the farmers have the sprayer drones? Fill that thing with garbage juice, fly the drone over their house, and spray their whole yard with garbage juice and rotten egg smell. See how they like that? Maybe spray some manure on their windows too. That's it. They love to make fun of the farmers. But the thing is, without the farmers, they wouldn't be alive, would they? Been eating 2 dozen eggs every day for 2 months. Fear of cholesterol keeps us weak. Yes, Matthew. And again, if you haven't seen him, he used to make a lot of carnivore videos. I haven't seen your videos on YouTube, but I got to check out your channel, The Cornerstone Today. This is someone who's been carnivore for a very long time and has good results. I mean, you always look good. You got a good physique and you got good energy. He's always happy. This is a great guy. So check out Matthew's channel if you can. The Cornerstone Today. And if you like Bible and you like faith, well, check out his channel. You'll like it even more. There's Coach Angela Moans. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Well, good morning. Good morning. Publix is the biggest ripoff. Their prices are super high. I never shop there. Plus, it's one of the ugliest stores. It looks like Home Depot on the inside. It's a very pathetic excuse. Publix used to be the most awesome grocery store. They all had air conditioning. It was space age. Shiny terrazzo floor with nice patterns. It was a great store. You had the spotlights over the meat. When you walked into Publix, it was like you were going to a high-end grocery store. Great value across the street. That was your typical store. Grand Union. Nothing. Pantry Pride. Food Fair. But Publix, that was the place. They had the round checkout area, which was unique for the time. Publix was something else. Now, QUQCK or Winn-Dixie, that was also a good store because Winn-Dixie's saying was the beef people. Now all they do is close Winn-Dixie's. They just closed the one by my friend's house. I'm wondering if they're going to close the one over here. They're not playing music in the store anymore. That's usually the first sign before a place goes out of business. It's like Kmart. Once they stop playing the music and they stop doing the announcements, they're only a year or 2 away from going out of business. I typically eat 5-6 eggs a day. I eat 6 eggs a day as well, except when eggs got expensive. Then I only ate them when I could find them. I'm so ready to get it done because once I recover, I will be going to some adventures next year, and one of them is biking the Katy Trail here in Missouri. Yes, as you've mentioned on your lives. Max D, 8870. Good day, Rick and Milton, listening from Cambridge, Ontario. Well, glad to have you here, as always. Okay, what else do we have here? When is the hip surgery? I was a nervous wreck when I was a vegan and vegetarian. Yes, look, my friend is already getting more calm. Her car was making a funny noise, and I looked at it, and I told her it's nothing to worry about. Now she believes me, instead of having to go to the dealer and go in panic mode. I never buy meat at Publix either. High price and low quality. Yes, I joke. Presidente has better meat than Publix. At least with Presidente, you know that it hasn't been sitting around long. It was probably just slaughtered a few days ago. It might have been roadkill if it was Presidente. 64 watching. Yes, we're down from earlier, but we still have a lot of people watching. And let's see what else we got here. A lot more comments just came in. You a big guy. You eating them with meat too. Cornerstone. Okay. I don't know if he's a big guy, but he's a in shape, good looking guy. Any of your vegan friends still talk to you after you went carnivore? For Annabella. Okay. Good day, Papa. How are you doing today? Was so proud of my mom tonight. She ate 1.5 lamb shanks. Nice. Question. Why did you try vegan at carnivore? Was carnivore not working? No, what it was actually a combination of things. My dad was always very health conscious, and he said that he had a modified vegetarian diet. My dad did eat some meat. He liked seafood, so I called him pescatarian. But he was not into red meat. My dad thought that red meat was very bad for you and that pork was bad for you. So red meat and pork were bad. Now, he's Cuban. He was Cuban. They eat a lot of pork in Cuba. And he knew people. They cook with lard, smoked big fat cigars, ate a ton of pork, and lived into their 90s. So it's like, I'm like, Dad, because he had a friend that was like in his 90s at the time. The guy smoked cigars and ate pork every day. I said, what about your friend? I told him his name. Well, that's different. It was a different generation back then. What do you mean it's a different generation? Same people. Same people. I don't know. I mean, I thought, yeah, okay, I'm going to get a heart attack, but at least I'm going to be like the old guy. He's going to get a heart attack. I mean, he was 92 at the time. I don't know. I think he lived to 98. But he's going to have a heart attack. All that cigar smoking and all that meat is going to give him a heart attack. But he sure seemed happy. I mean, the guy was driving his car. He had a Cadillac, a big old Cadillac. This thing was a monstrosity. I think it had the old 500 engine. And he was 92 years old driving a Cadillac around the neighborhood with a cigar that looked like something you'd, beat an iguana with. The thing was like that long. Huge. Like, how does this guy still alive? I don't know. And he cooks with lard. Lard. And he wasn't even carnivore. I knew he ate plantains occasionally. He didn't seem to eat bread, though. That was the interesting thing. But I've seen him eat pork. But then again, he loved fruit. The guy had a mango tree and an avocado tree. He ate mangoes and avocados when they were ready. I saw the old guy eat 2 mangoes in one sitting. You know how much sugar's in a mango? He wasn't fat. Just kind of skinny old man. He wore that, straw hat, and he had his Guayabera shirt, and he smoked his big fat cigar. But anyway, I started the plant-based diet because I was told that meat will give you colon cancer. And then I was also, because, as you know, I have zero libido. I never had any. I was told that if I ate plants, then I would be interested in mating and that I'd probably get married and have kids. So I thought, let me try it and see. Well, how can you get interested in mating when all you're doing is going to the bathroom 5 to 10 times a day? Every time you turn around, it's like, oh, I got to take a dump. And sometimes you don't make it there and you have an accident. And then you get the flu. And then you get sicker than you've ever been in your life. And you can't breathe. I never had that problem before where I couldn't breathe. Get up in the middle of the night and choking was terrible. I mean, it was horrible. I thought I was going to suffocate. And just really bad. And then I didn't want to eat. Rick not wanting to eat, what's that all about? So by July of 93, I'd had it. And I didn't eat for days. So that was probably the only time in my life I was fasting. I couldn't eat for like 3 days. But as soon as I felt somewhat better, I walked outside. You know what's the first meal I had? Eggs. And you know where I got the eggs from? Under the chair in the front patio where Miss Ducky was laying eggs. And ever since then, ever since July of 93, I've been nothing but carnivore. I will never, ever go plant-based. Hi, Max, working late shift today until 9, doing great as usual. That's great. Okay, let's see here. Oh, it's going to take a while to hit these comments. Okay. Oh, my goodness. I lost a vegetarian friend when I went carnivore the first time. I think she was jealous seeing my health improve. Well, Annabella, it happens. It's great. Good to hear that. Once the vegans, vegetarians hear they're eating freshly killed animals, I'm sure they don't want to be friends with you anymore. You're an animal killer. Well, when they're afraid of lizards and I got rid of their iguana problem, they actually seemed to like me. And I had another one. What was it? The squirrel problem. That was the other thing. I had a vegan, her friend, her garden was devastated by squirrels. So it was like, can we take the squirrels out? I started trapping squirrels and moving them, but then more squirrels came in. So I said, look, you want to get rid of the squirrel problem? There's one way to do it. You got to shoot them. And that's what I did. We shot the squirrels. I got a bunch of squirrels. And then I skinned them and I fried them up. They were delicious. No more lost avocados and mangoes. What is that rumbling sound? Oh, well. Good morning from Linda Flanagan. Good morning, Rick and everyone. The start of these fellowships is actually getting them together, watch someone's videos. Taking the carnivore, it is alive. That would be even better. Well, there you go. See? I've seen some of your videos. I've commented on your lives. You've seen me there. I was never vegan in a vegan sense, if that makes sense. I always believed meat was healthy. I did raw vegan and juice fasting for natural medicine. Okay, but did it work? That's the question. They just do that with a potluck meetup, fees, and campfire for ambience. Okay. My second chiropractic appointment yesterday. Got teary afterwards, feeling pain leaving. Oh, still hurts after though. Hopefully it'll help me. Yeah. A lot of people do believe in the chiropractic thing. I'm the only person that has never been to a chiropractor, but I don't have any pains. I mean, look at the way I am. I'm always on the move. I've never had pains. Now, my friend that was in bodybuilding back in the 90s, he used to get terrible shoulder pains, and he would get back pains, and he would get like stiffness and all that. But he went carnivore in the year 2000, and guess what? Hasn't had any of those pains. I used to have to help him out. You know, a lot of times you get the shoulder pain, and then what you do, you kind of grab him right here, and then its arm up like that. It helps. It does seem to help. But then again, maybe he just used it as an excuse to get a little hands-on activity because he does like guys. So that's one of those things. Forget the backyard. Just have a fellowship. I get together with a purpose. It is to watch and learn together these awesome videos. Well, there you go. Yes, I was desperate. I did add fruit to veggies juice. It was feral. Glad those days are over. Well, that's true. I used to love fresh steamed corn on the cob with lots of salt and real butter. I hate corn. I don't know why. Lance, good morning, Rick. Just stopping in to say hi. Heading out of town today. Have a great day. So many great people alive. Say hi. So I guess you won't be having your live at 11. But I'm glad that you have dropped in. We have a hello from Peter to Lance. And I've been walking 3 to 4 times with chronic pain. I'm proud of myself. I keep fighting. Jonathan keeps fighting too. Well, Jonathan has very serious structural issues because of his spinal injury. And the surgery that was supposed to fix it, it didn't. It only got worse. But he's been able to manage it. And as you can see, Jonathan has not given up. He's become a champion, basically, and a professional bodybuilder. So instead of letting the chronic pain set him back, he continued to move forward. And yes, it's not just the carnivore diet. There's other plant-based medications that people use, and there's nothing wrong with that. What is a very common plant-based medication that people use for pain management? Of course, is cannabis. I have friends that use cannabis. So there's nothing wrong with using plants when you need them, but it's not the foundation of your diet. French technique: spray manure first, then spread quick dry fade for maximum effect. Well, there you go. We can learn from them. But that's what I would do. I'd go after every one of those developers. If I had my own county and I had my friends in there, I'd find out who they are. I'd let them know up front. Don't try that here. You can live here fine, but you got to be like us. If you try to destroy like you did in Miami and every other part of Florida, you're going to find out that we're not going to give up our cow pastures. You want apartments? You build them somewhere else. And if you want to build something here, you got to build it our way. Not that cheap black and white and gray nonsense. You want to build an apartment building? You can build it near our town, and you're going to have to build it classic style, not that cheap crap, because we won't buy it. You can build it, but in a year it's going to be demolished because no one's going to want to live there. And if you start bringing in people from the outside, they're not going to want to live here either, because they're going to have to drive behind slow-moving tractors and deal with manure spills. I don't think that's the kind of place that most people want to live. You can take advantage of that. You can sort of give them the whole redneck nonsense and drive them crazy. Meow. You get some redneck car, you'll be like that Ginger Billy guy going up and down the road with crazy contraptions. They want to drive their Range Rover, and you end up with this 1970s Ford truck that's like 3 feet up in the air, putting out black smoke. Or worse, if they're driving a Prius and some guy with a diesel gets in front of them and smokes them out. How is Milton, Rick? Well, Milton he had a lot of meat, and I think he's asleep in the kitchen, knowing Milton. In College Park, they still have the 60s look on their exterior. The only pretty Publix. Yeah, that's true. And I think they do have one in Miami Beach here that still has that look, but all the new ones, they're garbage. I mean, Publix wastes a lot of money making their store look like crap. It's pretty sad, but I don't go to Publix. I just ride by there on my bicycle. I'm not going to go inside. Why would I? I've been in there a couple times looking for deals, but you just don't find them. Publix crap. And you know what? Their checkout is slower than Presidente. If you haven't seen my Dr. Barry interview, I'd appreciate it if anyone would go watch. After Rick, of course. Yes. And I was there, as you know. And after my live, you can definitely check it out. And there's Wendy. Hello. Well, hello. And Susie Marsh. There we go. Talk about energy. There you are. Morning, friends. Well, good morning. Glad that you have dropped in. Thanks for joining. Thanks all for joining us today. Jonathan is very, very correct with that. We appreciate all of you. And let me double check and see how many we have here. We have, let me go over here. Okay, we have, all right. Okay, Barry Simon. Okay, yeah. All right, so that's Amish with modern tech. All right, we'll get that one in a little bit. But we have, wow, do we have that many people watching? 66? Like Route 66? I get my kicks on Route 66. We have a hello from Annabella. Like. Buy Rick a coffee. Well, there you go. I know that sometimes Sandy will ask to post a link. Well, Jonathan has posted the link if you like to do so, but you don't have to. Cambridge, Ontario. Cheers. Make a meetup. Yeah, that's true. And we have a hello. Donate to my medicine and healthcare needs if you wish. Yes, if you like Jonathan and you want to support him, go ahead and click his Give, Send, Go link, and that way you can show him how much you care. Love being able to listen to you on Saturday mornings. Thank you. Your expertise, appreciate greatly. I appreciate that. Expertise, I'm just a quack. I don't know anything. I'm a quack looking for a heart attack. I used to have so many gut issues. Yeah, and when I tried to go plant-based, my digestive system went and rebelled against me. I'll never go back to that. I'm going to be eating heart attack chicken and pork. And let me tell you something. I just cannot think of eating vegetables. And again, I'm not against vegetables. I show people how to grow vegetables. My friend that we meet up with, we're building a new vegetable garden for his family. They want to grow vegetables. I encourage people to grow fruits and vegetables if you have space. Create your own food forest. Learn about it, because even if you're a carnivore, I still think it's important. If we have a supply crisis with meat, you have two choices. You can starve or you can survive. What's better? Well, I'm not going to eat plants. I'm going to starve to death. You can only fast for so long. Unless you're really fat, then you can probably fast for a year. There's a guy that did that for Guinness Records. But if you're like me, you got maybe a week, and you're going to be in rough shape. So what you got to do is learn what plants you can eat without getting sick. And I have a list of fruits. There's a couple of vegetables that I can eat, and that's it. So I'm kind of stuck. What vegetables can I eat? Well, they're man-made. I can eat broccoli and cauliflower if I cook it with meat. By itself, it gives me terrible gas and stomachache. But I can eat tomatoes when they're fermented. I can eat fermented onions. I can eat plantains, oranges. I can eat any citrus fruit that I want. I can eat mangoes. I cannot eat avocados because they make me sick. All the northern fruits I'm allergic to, like apples and peaches and pears. But I can eat loquats. I can eat the little wild cherries. I can eat the little wild pawpaws. There's a lot of things that I can't eat. So I made a list of all the foods that I can eat. And if for some reason I can't get meat, then I'll hit the fruit and I will survive. And I can go for probably years eating plants until, now, of course, there will always be meat. As long as we have a canal, there's fish, there's ducks, there's iguanas, squirrels. I can find meat. So if I had to survive, I could survive on a plant and meat diet. Definitely eggs. There are ways to survive. But it's very important that all of us understand how to garden, because even if you don't eat any plants, let's say you're not going to eat any plants. If you're going to raise animals, what do animals eat? The animals we eat, they eat plants. So if we grow a garden and we can store that food for them, we can feed our animals and we can survive. And that's why I tell people, understanding gardening, understanding agriculture is very important. You need to know this. This is life or death. Humans have been gardening since the beginning of history. In fact, if you believe the Bible story, where were humans put? Were they put in New York City? No. They were put in a garden of Eden. A garden. We are designed to live in a garden. We're not designed to live in an apartment building. And Jonathan says, I sent you a video description to use. Okay, I'm going to check that out. Let's see. Let me double check. Yeah. Okay. Video description to use. There we go. Okay, I don't see it. I see a message here, but okay. All right. Oh, okay. I got the description right here. I'm going to do that. Your default YouTube video. Yes. Okay. That's a great idea. I'm going to do that. Good. I appreciate that. See, Jonathan's a great person to have, to associate with. The Bible says that bad associations spoil useful habits, but good associations, that's what we want. If you pose your friends over veganism, religion, politics, they aren't your friends. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. How does squirrel taste? Squirrel is, how can I describe it? It tastes almost like pork, believe it or not. Squirrel tastes a lot like pork. It's like if you get some pork shoulder and you cook it up, it's not fatty though. It's like a lean pork, basically. Squirrel is good, yes. A lot of people don't know how tasty squirrel. I've been craving it. I need to get with my friend Tom, Sleepy Lizard Avocado Farm, and we need to go squirrel hunting. Because squirrels are a big problem when you have mangoes and avocados. The squirrels eat just a little bit off of each fruit, and they destroy the fruit. So the only way that you plant-based people that love to eat avocados and mangoes can have delicious avocados and mangoes is when squirrels are being shot. And by the way, anybody that eats any plant material has to understand that the farmers shoot deer, wild pigs, and all kinds of critters, birds, and everything that would otherwise destroy the crops. So even if you're a plant-based eater, unless you're like my friend, who we built a very exclusive screened-in garden. And by the way, even that screened-in garden has bug problems. So I taught her how to grow tobacco. And that's another one, because there's the big caterpillars that like to eat tobacco, and there's beetles that eat it. But we have tobacco in the garden. We're going to have to build another garden. So I told her we're going to get more of that screen, and we're going to enclose that thing. We're going to build a tobacco garden. And I hate to say it, but there's definite uses for tobacco. And one of them is killing aphids and killing the little beetles that attack the vegetables. They somehow get into the screened in area. I have no idea how they do that, but they get in there. And we have to keep fighting them. But the good thing is, she's got a good supply of vegetables. And you know, for somebody that eats as many vegetables as she does, she's got celery, she's got carrots, she's got tomatoes. Well, tomatoes are fruits, but still. She's got peppers, she's got lettuce, both romaine and the other ball lettuce, arugula, parsley, watercress, all this crap. She's got a ton of vegetables. And they're doing really well. So, but again, not everybody can do that. You got to have money to have that kind of a diet. In fact, I think it costs more money to raise all those vegetables than it would be just to have a pasture with some cows running around. I think that under the right conditions, meat is actually cheaper. All right, let's see here. I'm struggling a bit with a pain. I'm going to see the chiropractor weekly for 8 weeks. My right leg was so much better. Nice. Rick, that would be a dream. If us like-minded people could live in our own community with no rules. Yeah, well, we'd have rules, but the rules would be tailored to us. And those rules would keep out the undesirables, like developers and people that like to live in black, white, and gray. They'd be afraid of us. It would like when you go down in a neighborhood and you see the house that's overgrown and you hear spooky sounds. It's like the Addams family. Most people would never want to go and knock on the door of the Addams family. But on the other hand, if you happen to be like them, you would go in the neighborhood and go, wow, look at this. These people must be good. And then you knock on the door and this tall guy goes, you rang? And you go, hey, I'm your neighbor down the street. And then they look at and then Gomez comes out, oh, howdy, neighbor. And then Morticia, with the, oh, would you like to see my poison ivy? Oh, absolutely. Would you like a manchineel fruit? I got a manchineel tree in my yard. Oh, that's great. What else you got? Well, I got poison wood. It's right out by the street. And I got stinging nettle and all this other stuff. My kind of people. Yes, that's how you do it. Couldn't move my neck more than a few degrees for weeks. I went to a chiropractor, spun around like Reagan. Oop. Okay. All right. Let's come on. Come on, chat. You're giving me a hard time. I don't want you to do that. Okay, by Reagan and the Exorcist. Neck hurt for a day, but I can move it again. Well, there you go. Squirrel is actually nice from my experience. See, Jonathan's had squirrel. And if it's good enough for Jonathan, it's good enough for anybody. You as always, hey, Kelly, I'm on my way. I'm about 2 hours out. See you soon. Can't wait. Well, there you go. So you're all going to the meetup. Tastes a bit like the dark meat of chicken, rabbit, so slightly gamey. Yes, that is true. I find it tastes a lot like pork. I appreciate your support, Annabella. Anyone who wants my pain relief ebook, please find a way to send me a message, and I will forward the manuscript. Okay. For free. See? Jonathan's not asking you for money. But again, if you really appreciate what Jonathan does for the carnivore community, I would encourage you to send him a donation. It is well worth your time. We appreciate that. I mean, I've gotten donations. I appreciate that too. We don't ask for it, but we definitely appreciate it. And when it comes to pain relief, let me tell you something. I don't think there's anybody out there that has more experience than Jonathan. And remember, Jonathan is a bodybuilder, which basically takes a lot of effort. So it would seem like it would make the pain worse. But evidently, he's found ways of managing it. So check it out. Amy and Kelly, I'm so jealous. I wish I could be there with you guys at Dustin's meetup in Indy. Okay. Well, there you go. I started as keto after watching Dr. Barry's reverse diabetes video when I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. Okay. That's good to know. Let's see. Okay, why? For some reason, I keep losing the scroll button. Okay. Went carnivore a few weeks later. Nice. And we have love from Susie Marsh, our extended family. Yes. Saw your interview with Grandma Carnivore Grandma this AM. Great job. Okay, so Susie was with Grandma. Nice. I'm interested in anything that could help with pain. Well, contact Jonathan. There's nobody that I think would have more experience dealing with pain. Keto was a terrific way to start and then over time transition naturally to ketovore, and for some folks like me to carnivore. If not for keto, I would never start a carnivore, no way. Well, keto is a gateway to carnivore for many people. It was the gateway for Ken Berry. Ken Berry started keto and he became carnivore. He didn't start carnivore. Who started carnivore? Well, Chafee, Baker, Kiltz. I don't know if he did. I think he said he did some keto, but then he went right into carnivore. My son started homeschool this last week. Assignment number 1 is to upgrade his own computer. He's loving it. Nice. Okay. Let's see. All right. I'll find it. It seems like I just get a lot of comments. Exciting news for you guys coming on my channel. We will change the way you see body composition, fitness, and nutrition. Excellent. He is a clever guy, Christy. Yes. All right. And I still sometimes have pickles, sauerkraut, asparagus, or Brussels sprouts with my meat. It's more like a garnish, and I don't have them often, but I do enjoy them from time to time. If the vegetables don't affect your digestion, feel free to eat them because you are not going to get fat from sauerkraut, pickles, asparagus, or Brussels sprouts. Those foods are low carbohydrate. I mean, you may have trouble with oxalates or other things, but if it doesn't bother you, feel free to eat them. I do enjoy them from time to time. If it keeps you away from the duck food, now again, what is the foundation of duck food? Duck food is based on seeds, bird seed. Anything that has seeds in it is duck food. Same thing with leaves, stems, and roots. Those are what ducks eat. If you have those things in your diet, you're eating duck food. Now, obviously, the amount is critical because even a cat eats grass from time to time. And predators often eat the intestines of animals, of herbivores, which contain fermented plant matter. So it's all in line with the carnivore diet. Feel free to eat as much sauerkraut as you want. The stuff is self-limiting. If you eat too much of it, it'll make you feel terrible. Yes, he is. Okay. And let's see. Jonathan, I like them cooked in butter with a pinch of salt. There you go. Pain flares up so much with plants for me. See, now you got to stay away from the plants. If the inflammation is that bad, don't eat them. Corrupt system is set up to make our health fail slowly for profit. Sick people is big business. Yes, it is. And speaking of carnivore influencers, there is John, Carnivore Teacher Alpha. Hi, Rick. Hope you and your viewers have a great Saturday. Well, thank you. Glad that you're here. And if you don't know it, he is on a live tomorrow at 1 Eastern Standard Time, Sunday afternoon, every week for the Carnivore Sunday School. And he puts out short videos every day. You can learn a lot. I try to watch as many as I can and comment on them. So that's good. You need that specific grass that breeds grasshopper for free eggs. Okay. The chickens love grasshoppers, so that's true. Insects actually are a plus if you have birds like ducks or chickens. When I have my garden, I always let the ducks in there, and they will find and eat the bugs. They love insects. That's what insects are for. They're to feed the birds. Yes, agreed. Please say hi to Doug for me. Okay, so we're talking to Juliet. And let's see. Okay. Up. And I got my friend calling me. Always. Always the wrong time to call. But that's okay. We'll ignore that. Find out my channel. I live in a tenement with 400 of my closest friends. I have purslane on my property. Most treat it as useless weed, but it has the most nutritious profile compared to greens. We have them here too. Purslane is a succulent plant that has tiny little yellow flowers. And yes, I have tried to eat them as well. They don't seem to harm me. And also another plant is called amaranth. Amaranth is also edible, but the seeds don't agree with me, so I don't eat it. But some people do eat it. It's another survival food. Again, knowing the survival foods is great. Tobacco is a great pesticide. Yes, you want to grow the one called Nicotiana rustica with the small leaves. It is the strongest and most toxic. The Virginia or Burley style, they're milder and the bugs will eat them. The big caterpillars love them. So you're going to have to keep dealing with the caterpillars and the beetles. But when you juice your tobacco and you concentrate it, you can kill tons of insects with it. That's pretty good. I've eaten a dump truck load of squirrel in my day. My grandpa and great uncle tell stories of old folks fighting over the squirrel heads for the brain. There you go. I've eaten groundhog. There you go. You got to get what you can when it's available. It's all about survival. Humans did not become the apex predator of the world by not surviving. Followed you on Instagram. I couldn't see an email. Okay, so Jonathan's also on Instagram. That's true. People says smoking is bad. We have a tobacco here made from berry leaves. It's actually relaxing for me, but cigarettes gives me heart palpitations. Well, there you go. My body's mesolimbic dopaminergic pathway has been broken for over half a century. There's no working reward pathway that lines up with hunger satiety for me. Oh. And there's Michael Pregler. Good morning, Mr. Rick and fellow duck people. Just got back from farmer's market. Well, good to see you. That's great. You have a farmer's market nearby. I hope they have some good meats over there, which is always a nice thing. And I'm glad that you are here. Paris, we often say there's no cave art of salads, but if there were, it would be stuff like purslane. There you go. Was Dust Bowl a result of cultivation of large amounts of land with near extinction of buffalo? The main reason they had the Dust Bowl, obviously, was because they had a drought. But what happens when you plow soil, it destroys the fungal communities, the threads that holds it together, and you also strip the ground cover. The wind came up, it was dry and windy, and it blew everything all over the place, and you ended up blowing the topsoil off, creating the Dust Bowl. The best way to avoid the Dust Bowl is to have cover crops to cover the land and just wait out the dry season. Why do I keep hearing all this traffic? And there is the link to Jonathan's free ebook. I'm going to go ahead and check this window here. We have, oh, let me just pull this blind closed. Open the other one. All right, there we go. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay. There we go. Oops. All right. My house is a total disaster, full of truck parts and now charger parts. I can barely move in this place. It's terrible. Okay. That's why I got jokes in my garden. They don't bother with my tobacco, my stevia, my peppers or tomatoes. They just eat the worms. Yes, birds love bugs. And thanks from Jonathan. There we are. Okay. I've shot and ate thousands of squirrels over my lifetime. So far, squirrel gravy is the best. I've never heard of squirrel gravy, but see, squirrels are a great survival food. What happens when you have, let's say, food emergency, the first thing to disappear are the large animals. But the little ones, they can survive. And you can find squirrels everywhere. You can find them in cities, in the country. They are all over the place. Ducks not jokes. Sorry, dang Google type. When hens eat fruits, the yolk tastes sweet. I can confirm that after feeding my hens a lot of fruits and fish. Yeah, it's the same thing when you feed ducks duck food. It makes the meat fattier and more tender. We get these networks or our friendships together to create these villages, then it would literally rip the guts off the capitalistic poisonous system they have right now. Well, the thing is, capitalism as a concept is actually what we are, because we use our capital, our land, our resources to produce goods like food and other things that we can use. It's not the capitalism that is the problem. It's the monetary system, the central bank debt-based monetary system. The goal of the parasites is to increase the debt. This is why the national debt of all nations increase year after year. The only way that system can survive is with ever-increasing debt, and they do that through inflation of the money supply. I need to make a video one of these days to explain my theory on why we're in the mess that we're in. And that's what it is. All right. So thank you to Jonathan. And look, it's Ruthie. I haven't seen your videos in a while. If you're not familiar with their channel, it's called Big Belly Rebuilds. They have a truck. For a while they had a skid steer, but you have a trucking sort of channel, and they have quite a few subscribers, which is good. And they used to do lives every now and then. I haven't been getting any notifications from YouTube, but I'm glad that you have dropped in to my live, and I'm going to look around and see if I can find your videos again, because I know your guy is always working on something, kind of like me, and he's pretty much on a carnivore diet as well. He's been able, he's in his 60s. He's in pretty good shape. He definitely promotes the eating of meat, because duck food is not what most people should eat. But yes, I'm glad to see you here. And that's one of the great things about YouTube. I went on YouTube to meet people, and I think it's very nice when somebody drops in to say hi that's also a YouTuber. Yeah, see, most of new information. There you go. Jonathan is an amazing source of information in the community. Some people don't like him, and I think it might be because sometimes he's a little bit abrasive, but you have to, when you're a carnivore, you have to ignore that, and you have to understand that people do get upset about certain things. And if something upsets somebody that's your friend, you try to avoid that. That's what I do. That's the only way that you can keep the peace. Because otherwise, some people are going to make big issues out of nothing, and then you end up with a war going on. Squirrels and rabbits are a great way to introduce people to snares if they find hunting scary. That's true. And also rabbits. Now, I haven't had rabbit meat very often, but if you can add fat to your rabbit meat, that's actually pretty good. It's another survival food. You don't want to eat just rabbit starvation. But then again, I knew somebody that used to raise rabbits, and they would fatten them up. And those rabbits were pretty fat. So unlike the wild rabbits that are lean, the ones that have been really fattened up, they have a lot of fat on them. But another thing, I've heard rabbits also get heart attacks if they get too fat. Fasting, can't fast all the time. That's true. That is true. Okay, we're getting up. Carnivore Teacher, love your videos, very informative. Yes. Good night, darlings. Love you lots. Well, I'm glad that you had dropped in. I'd look at the liposomal PA. Okay. See? Got all kinds of ideas from Jonathan. Good night to Annabella. I'm not sure how my finance will go at the moment. Chiropractic, other things. Okay. Well, finances are always a limiting factor for all of us. I cut out the super high-fat, expensive foods to make room. They're that validated. I'd cut out. Yeah. That's right. Super high-fat, expensive foods. The pain ebook is worth the time. See? Wendy's got a recommendation. I have not caught you live in a long time. Well, I haven't seen you live. I don't know why YouTube is not recommending the videos, but I'll have to look for the channel manually. Thanks to Grandma. I am very abrasive and acerbic. As we saw last week, 95% of people had my back. I appreciate those people. Yes. But there are some people that are self-conscious. Maybe they're doing something they shouldn't. And then Jonathan shines a light on them, and then it makes them run away like a duck when they see me with a net. Hey, Jonathan. What's going on, my brother? Hope all is well with you. From Michael Pregler. And I've caught up with the comments. See? I always catch up with the comments. It's only a matter of time. That's one of the great things about my live stream. It's interactive. That's why they go on for so long. You know, a normal person would finish their live stream in an hour because they're just trying to make, their point. And, your time could be spent, a lot better somewhere else. You're not going to make any money going longer. But since I make no money on the channel anyway, I don't care. I just want to be here once a week. I am far too busy most of the week. As you can see, my phone doesn't stop ringing. Even on Saturday when I tell them, please don't call me, they still call me. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So, now, I was talking earlier about the whole Buc-ee's nonsense with their frivolous lawsuits. What else has been going on this week that we've seen in the carnivore community? Again, Dr. Barry had 2 interviews. If Rick is running, it's because an iguana is dying. Well, there you go. Yeah, the thing is, I tell people, when you see me running, something's about to happen because I don't believe in running. I know a lot of people that are into fitness. They would go out there and jog or run all around the neighborhood. And I watch them. We got a couple of guys here, a couple of younger guys that are in pretty good shape. They're running around the neighborhood sweating. I'm looking at them like, whatever. I figure they're just doing that to try to attract women, to show them that they're healthy. You'll never see me running. If I want to go somewhere, why would I run, bounce, shake my joints and stress my bones when I can just get the bicycle, sit on the seat, and pedal my way? And I'll just go right by the guy that's running, head to Presidente, buy my heart attack chicken. And I did this. The one guy was running. I went all the way to Presidente, bought my chicken, came back, and then I saw him still running in that direction when I had already gotten, halfway home. But again, he had really tight shorts on, tank top, so he's trying to show off to the women, or maybe he's trying to show off to the guys. I don't know. I'm not going to judge. If that's your thing, go for it. But I think a lot of it is just people think that suffering is the only way to get in shape. And I don't believe in that. I believe that suffering is largely unnecessary. Now, you do have to work. You do have to put energy into it. Well, I don't consider it suffering. Working to get something done is not suffering unless you're in terrible pain. And you just have to find ways to manage it. What else can you do? All right. So let me go ahead and let me see what we got over here. Running increases impact damage. Yes. I'm looking at the other chat. For some reason, this chat takes time to update. I don't know what it is about the OBS chat. There we go. I just do hanging now or stretching. Walk with weights seems to make my body loosen up. Well, there you go. See? And that's what humans would normally do. It's like me when I'm working on the car. I'm picking up fenders, doors, transmission. I'm carrying it over to another spot. If you're gardening, you're picking up tools, dirt, plant material, whatever, taking it to the compost pile. You pick things up, you walk over there, you set them down. Running increase impact damage. Yes. Why would you pound yourself like that? Human beings are not meant to run long distances. What we do is short distance running. That's what I do. Like, for example, if I don't know, let's say I'm outside and all of a sudden there's smoke coming out of the house. Something's on fire. I go running in there with the fire extinguisher. Or if, I don't know, I see a tasty iguana or duck and I want to catch it. I'll run and grab it. Running is a short-term thing. Walking is a long-term thing. And people that walk a lot seem to live longer. My grandfather lived to 94. He walked everywhere. And I think the same benefit comes from cycling. If you can avoid driving and you can go cycling instead, why not? Now, obviously, if you're going to a formal get-together in Florida, you're not going to go cycling. Let's say you go to church. You want to go to church. You're not going to cycle to church because you're going to be so hot and sweaty, it's going to be impossible. You're going to get in your car, turn on the air conditioning, and drive to church. Yes. If you're going to go eat out at a fancy restaurant, you're not going to go cycling there. But then again, if you're like Rick, you never eat out, so that's kind of obsolete. And if you work in an office and you have to go 10, 20 miles away, you're not going to go cycling there. That's crazy. Well, if you're going to buy a few things at Home Depot or some meat at the store, why not hit the cycle? I've gone 5 miles each way like nothing. That's pretty typical over here. The bicycle turns suburban living into city living, basically. Okay. And Karen, hello, Rick from England. Well, there you go. BWS 2023. Love the iguana wrap cooking video. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed that. Even Job doesn't like suffering, but he just willpowered it until he got the answer. Well, there you go. You don't have to suffer. And if your job is that bad, it might be a good idea to try to find another one or find a way where it's not so terrible. At least that's my idea. All right. Now, let me take a look over here. First of all, let me go and switch scenes. There we go. And I am going to, let's see, Florida, where every day is a bad day. Well, that depends. Let me go over here. Now, there I am. Okay, that's working. We have 70 people. Look at that. We have 69, 70. Those are good years for cars, by the way, 69 and 70 Charger. And let's see. I hear chainsaws going, so the company must be down the street cutting around the power lines. My street is so bad, they said they're going to have to turn the power off to do it. So it might be a while before they get that done. Okay. Let's see. Let me go over here. And I am going to... Oh, there we are. All right, let me go back to the chat. Where's my chat? There we go. Every day is a bad hair day in Florida. Well, not necessarily. I could not live in a place which is not walkable. Well, there you go. Well, it's walkable here, but you'll have to use a bike, and then you can walk. I was talking about Job in the Bible. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Hold on a second. What is this noise I keep hearing? Huh. Okay. Can I reach this without falling? I'm going to stand on the generator. Oh, avalanche coming. Avalanche. I hope not. Okay, let me see if I can pull this thing closed without collapsing everything in this house. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Ah, there we go. All right. Let's see. Nope. Okay. Oh, not good. Not good. Ah. Okay. This place is dangerous. All right, there we go. Well, it's always exciting when you're trying to climb on a pile of stuff and not fall down. I was standing on a generator, a charger fender, and part of a console, trying to reach the window so I could look outside. I need to fix my outside cameras. That's another thing I need to do, but that's okay. I got a chain on my gate. I tell everybody, don't bother me on Saturday, please. I go on YouTube, and they still bother me. I don't know what it is, but maybe I'll just tell them I have to make another story. I don't know. Tell them I got a girlfriend, and we're, don't bother us. Of course, they will never believe that. All right, so let's see. I was talking about Job. Okay, so I guess, let's see. Job mean name in Hebrew is hated, persecuted. Okay, interesting. And it's funny how they use the same word and they call it a job where you have to work. Job mean name in Hebrew is hated. Okay, good. All right. Maybe that's why they call your work a job. So, anyway, before I got interrupted by somebody that's looking for someone. A lot of times what it is, we have people that get deliveries, and then I think they get lost. We have two streets. One is a street, and one is a terrace, and I think that a lot of times they get them confused. The person that's on the street, that's kind of the same address as mine, they order a lot of stuff. They're sort of like in the whole Miami look rich kind of thing. And I never order anything because I'm too poor. I usually go and get it. I don't really have anything delivered. All right. So one of the things that I really don't understand about, some of the communities, let me see here. Okay. Everyone hates job. Yes. Good morning. Love the picnic shirt. Well, there you go. And this is one from when I was in high school. Brand new, never worn, discovered in a box in a back room that my mother had put away. I've been trying to get rid of stuff, so I found the shirt. And as you can see, it still fits, although it is a little bit tighter than it was when I was in high school. Thankfully, I am a little bit bigger. I seen nothing the other day where Brian Johnson thinks he took the longevity thing a little too far. Right? Well, that guy, I don't know. I think he's mentally not all there. Something, yeah. I think at one time he said he was going to try to eat some meat, but he's got this whole plant-based mentality, and I really don't know. But it might be something good to look up. Let me see something. I'm going to go on the internet. I have 72 people watching right now, so very good, very good. I don't get as many people as some of the other YouTubers do, but you know how it is. Okay, so what we want to do, let's hit Barry's video. Let's see. All right. Okay, let me get out of here.
I shouldn't be using this truck.
Okay, let's see. There we go. Okay.
I shouldn't be using this truck, but it's faster. The elders would not approve. But this satellite dish gets the best shows. Am I becoming too modern? Just one more episode of Breaking Bad won't hurt. Ah, what a tangled web we weave.
Well, there you go. Now just think, if it was somebody that looked like they were in the 1950s and they had, that space age modern effect, but it would be the same mentality. The idea that the Amish have being different from everybody else is actually a pretty good one. You just have to, the problem is they use it as a form of control as well. You have to find a way where it's not a form of control. Okay, so let me go back over here to this. All right, let's see if we got any more comments. And I believe we have a couple of them. Have a great day, everybody. I'm in Kokomo picking Lisa up. So I'm probably going to have a chat with her, but talk to you later. I hope that your meetup is going to be good with Dustin. And Angela Mullen says, have fun. And Michael Pregler says, have a great day, Amy. Well, thank you. All right, so let me go back over here. I don't like to let the comments go too far. I like that, being able to interact. That's the whole idea of live. If I was just going to just talk, I'd just make an edited video and put it out there, and that's it. And I'm going to start doing those. It's only a matter of time. My house is so packed with stuff. I got so much to do. I feel guilty sometimes not working on it. My car is almost cut up. I just have a few pieces left. I get the front. There's some rusty bolts. I may have to do some welding. I'm going to have to be really creative to get this thing cut up. But anyway, let me go and let me get out of here. Let me do a Google search. So we will do this, and let's see. Right. Let's see. All right. And there he is. Okay. All right. I'm not sure what complex is, but let's see. He may have taken his longevity, obsession too far. Autoimmune gastritis. He had been rethinking his extreme lifestyle, unusual anti-aging methods. Well, okay. Now, does he really look any different than someone in his 40s? He's leaner than average, but he doesn't look any younger. What's the difference? I think some of us late 50s people look younger. I think he even had a hair transplant. I don't think that's his natural hairline. It looks a little artificial. But the reality is, there's nothing that you can do to live longer. This is something that I believe 100%. No matter what you do, your time is set before you are born. All you can do is shorten your life. You can't make it any longer. It's impossible. Okay. I have some bad news. I've seen those videos. I cloned myself. Measured human. How do you develop an autoimmune disease? Okay, whatever. Best longevity tip is free. All right. Anti-aging. Now, have you ever seen a book called How Not to Die? I'm sure everybody's familiar with this. Here's the book. My vegan friend had it. How Not to Die. There we go. And if you look at it close, you will see that the letters are made of what? Looks like plant parts. How Not to Die. It's not worth a lot either. Okay. So, thriftbooks.com. Michael Greger. Okay, what does Michael Greger eat? Daily dozen. Beans, berries, fruits, cruciferous, leafy green vegetables, flax seeds, grains, nuts, and specific spices like turmeric. Okay. So, basically a plant eater. What does Dr. Greger say about eating eggs? Stating they raise blood cholesterol, increase mortality risk, and contribute to chronic diseases like diabetes and heart disease. So what about a 20, 30, or 40-something guy that ate a dozen eggs a day? That sounds like a heart attack waiting to happen. So let's take a look at Dr. Greger. And let's see what he looks like. There's Michael Greger. Well, look at that. Okay. And he is born in 1972, so he is 53 years old. Now, this is an old picture. He was probably a lot younger back then. I think he was in his 40s when they took that picture. There's a very famous picture that Dr. Baker put out there. And see, there's his website, nutritionfallacies.org. I used to comment on their channel, but they banned me from the channel because they're very, very against the carnivore. I mean, I don't know what that is. It looks like he's feeding his ducks, but I think he's going to eat that crap himself. So I really don't know, but I think it is kind of funny when you think about it. Let me get out of here. Okay. How many pictures do we have of Michael Greger? These are old pictures. Where's the latest one? Let's see. Okay. Oh, I like this one. How not to age. Yes. He really does look young, doesn't he? Okay, I think maybe I could find it. Let's see. Michael Greger. There we go. There's the picture. Okay, I don't. Oh, well. But anyway, that's the picture. There's Dr. Baker, and there's Dr. Greger. Now, obviously, if the vegans wanted to counteract this, all they have to do is put Dr. Baker on this side and then put Rick, the carnivore, and they'll go, well, look at how skinny Rick is. But even me, I don't look as bad as Dr. Greger. And remember, the guy's 52. No, he's 54? Okay, he's born in 72. So he's 4 years younger than me? Okay, wait a minute. 72, I was born, 4 years younger, because I was born in 68. Good. Let's see if there's any others in there. There it is. There's Greger with his duck food. And there's Baker. And remember, Baker is older. He's older than me. 6'5", 252 pounds. Now, if this would be me, it would say 6'6", 195 pounds. But I don't think I look that bad, honestly. And I don't wear glasses either. Neither does Baker. That's interesting. Sean Baker, yeah. I love watching these things. It's kind of funny. But so you have several comparisons, comparing a vegan to a carnivore doctor, and there we go. Yep. And by the way, I don't know if anyone has seen this, but there's actually a picture of me with Baker, and you can see over here, this was a little something that happened to me thanks to a very thorny and dangerous plant. So I've got a little swelling going on there. I got poked with a semi-poisonous plant. So plants are not our friend. We just need to know how to use them. They're powerful tools. But like any tool, you can cut your hand off with a table saw. So if you don't know how to use the tools, this is why I encourage everybody. Learn gardening, learn botany, learn about plants. Because plants are powerful. And if you don't understand how they work, you'll lose. Okay, let me go here and let me check my files. And let's see, I'll find it. There we go. Okay. Here it is. All right, I'm going to put this picture over here. All right, so let's do this. Okay, so there's Dr. Baker and there's Rick. Now, yes, I'm skinny. Look at this, how skinny my arm is compared to his. My neck is skinnier, although my head is still kind of big. So you could definitely tell the difference. But who looks worse, Dr. Greger or Rick? Let's see. Let me see if I can make this a little bit smaller. Maybe not. All right, let's see. Okay. Where's Greger? There's not that many pictures. He hasn't had too many videos or pictures lately either. I'm not sure. That's an old picture right here. Okay. Here's another one. There's Greger. Now, let me see. There he is. Let's get some sound on here. This ought to be interesting.
Who runs an organization called nutritionfacts.org. Are there any ultra-processed foods that I eat? Absolutely. For example, unsweetened soy milk is probably the healthiest milk. There are 17 randomized controlled trials proving that switching from cow milk to soy milk significantly improves blood pressure, inflammation, and LDL cholesterol, the primary risk factor for our primary cause of death, heart disease. Are there any ultra-processed foods that I eat? Absolutely. Michael Greger, MD, and I'm a lifestyle medicine physician who runs an organization called nutritionfacts.org. Are there any ultra-processed foods that I eat? Absolutely. For example, unsweetened soy milk is probably the healthiest milk. There are 17 randomized controlled.
Besides the point. Number one is I often see that people tend to undereat. You know, they think they're on a diet and therefore they have to restrict, and that ends up leaving them hungry and cold and tired and full of cravings. And so undereating, not eating enough food, not eating enough calories, not eating enough fat, all those things combine to being a mistake. The next, before I go to the next one, comment mistake in the comments, and we'll send you information on how hopefully not to make mistakes and how to affect.
Okay, that is probably why I have no sound. Okay, good. So I got a call to let me know I have no sound. That's great. Let me hit the chat over here. But anyway, you can see the difference. Obviously, there's a big difference between the carnivore doctor, carnivore influencers. Okay, not being heard. Okay, we can hear the video, but not you. Excellent. All right, there we go. Got to keep up with the chat. I closed the chat window by accident. Amish don't have cars. Well, that's true. Mennonites have cars, but Amish don't. I find fasting really helps me. Okay, so for Annabelle, see, a lot of people believe in the fasting. I'm not. I'm convinced this guy, Brian Johnson, will soon eat meat. He might, but he might hide it, knowing him. Probably fish and eggs first. That's true. I give it 2 more years or less. I found that idiot's book when I first found out I had heart disease. That dude's a bonehead. You must be talking about Michael Greger. Yes, that dude is a bonehead. Guarantee that. I think you're absolutely right. If you're born with your clock set to 90, you'll probably live 90 years in the best of circumstances. You can do a lot of things to make it shorter. Yes, and that's Dr. Nelson. And again, you are correct. I believe that. I don't believe that any of us are going to live to 120. Our genetics have been damaged too much. So we have a time limit. So the question is, Are you going to use that time in the best way possible? Or are you going to eat duck food, waddle around and quack? You know, that's probably, I mean, look, if you like being overweight and you like being unhealthy, do the standard American diet, listen to the standard medical advice. But if you want to do better, listen to people like Dr. Nelson, who has been seriously unhealthy and has been able to manage those conditions. Even Dr. Kiltz. Dr. Kiltz had health issues. Even Dr. Baker, he had health issues too. He was starting to fall apart. He hit the carnivore diet. There are a lot of people in this community. There's other ones. You got like Sean O'Mara, and you got Stephen Thomas. Stephen Thomas was with Liz. I don't know if they're still alive right now, but he was into the whole healthy lifestyle. And then he reached a certain age and it started falling apart. So even if you do everything perfectly right, sooner or later it breaks down with you. But yes, you can do a lot of things. You can step in front of a bus right now and your life ends. And Michael Pregler says hello to Dr. Nelson. And hello to Michael. Think of you often. Yes. Teenagers in my country get dialysis. Wow. Chronic kidney disease at 20 or 18 years old? That's ridiculous. Dr. Baker is genetically gifted. Yes, he is. Dr. Baker is genetically gifted. I am not. That's why I don't look like Dr. Baker. But on the other hand, I'm as active, maybe more active. And in my case, being skinny is actually an advantage. I can get into places that Dr. Baker can't get into. I could just see him trying to work on a Bobcat loader. That would be a disaster. Can you imagine upside down reaching in there trying to get a hydraulic hose with all that muscle mass? He'd probably be stuck in there. So it all depends on what the function you have. And again, there's nothing wrong with being muscular. In fact, that's a good thing. But it takes a lot of work, and it takes a lot of resources, and it's not a natural human state. Our natural state is not to be built like that. Not to be built like Dr. Baker or Jonathan or any of the other bodybuilder or fitness types. That's not natural. That is a state that we put ourselves in through deliberate work, deliberate effort, and a surplus of nutrition. That is not, if you look at people who live in the forest, they don't look like that. You're never going to find a civilization living in nature that looks like those people. It is impossible. Good morning, Ricardo. Well, good morning, man. Glad that you're here. Now, Tim over there, that is a natural physique. That's what you can expect if you work hard. It's not super, it's not enhanced. That's what people could be if they just ate a certain way and worked out and made that part of their life. And that's fine. Most people would love to look like that. I mean, maybe some people do, but nobody wants to look like Dr. Greger. I wouldn't. If I looked like that, I'd be really upset. If the carnivore diet did that to me, I'd quit quickly. And Coach Angela Mullins is saying hi to Dr. Nelson. Rick Milton, Miss Kitty, Kittens, and Friends. Good morning from Jeanette. Well, good morning. I can't see. Good morning. See now. Okay, good. Hello, Angela. Hello, Jeanette. He looks normal. Well, there we go. I know that internet meme is pretty popular. Soy milk. Yeah, that's unacceptable. If you're going to drink milk, drink real milk from a goat, from a cow, real milk. Don't drink duck milk because that doesn't come from the duck. I don't think that idiot is smart enough to even make the moron category. And the thing is, he wrote books that people bought. My vegan friend has the book. There can't be anything that could enjoy drinking, anyone that can enjoy soy milk. Yeah, soy milk is disgusting. Can't hear Rick, no sound. Another one of my weight room animals. That's right. See? Working out is a good thing for most people. You have to repeat everything now. I'm working on it right now. I cannot hear. Yes, no sound, no sound. Well, can you turn on a mic? Yes. I had it turned off because I was playing the video. And Matthew says no sound. Yes, you're muted. Okay. Let me go back. Oh, come on. There we are. Okay, it's there we are. Not being heard. We can hear the video, but not you. No sound. Yep. And it was Kurt that had to call in and let me know the sound was not working. So that's good. And hello to Michael Pregler. Unsweetened soy juice. Yeah, exactly. You know, if you're going to drink juice from a seed, you might as well drink coffee. It would be better to drink coffee than to drink soy milk, because soy milk is disgusting. Most people like coffee. I don't like coffee. But again, if you're going to drink something, you're going to drink seed water, drink coffee. People have been drinking coffee for thousands of years, and it doesn't seem to kill them. Some people are affected badly by it, but most people, they can drink coffee. They're fine. I heard you now. Awesome. And hello to Kurt. No, sir. Here, just another weight room pounding person. And that's what everyone, especially as you get older, you really need to give consideration to your strength. When my parents started getting sick and ready to die, the first thing they couldn't do was stand up on their own. You can't just let yourself get weak, because when you let yourself get weak, you're going to be dead. Now, I'll give you an example. I've been stripping my dad's old car. I cut it up, and I had a tree branch fall on the roof when I was inside the car, shattered the back window, and knocked me down to the floor. Now, I got pushed through a rusted out floor, and if you can see, I scraped my leg pretty well. There's a scratch right here, and there's a little, a little bump right there. I also scraped my hand right here. I scraped this leg as well, because again, when the thing fell on me, that's what it did. So I got a scratch right here. This scratch over here, that was not Milton. That was from that rusty metal. So when that thing fell on me, I reacted so quickly. Now, the roof didn't totally collapse, but the back of it was on my back. So I was kind of trapped in the car. So what I had to do, I put my arms out and I tried to reach the part that wasn't rusty. And I did this. I pushed myself like I was doing a push-up. And I was able to bend the roof back, and then I got out sideways out of the car. And that's really all that happened. Now, if I would have been frail and fragile, now again, I'm skinny, but I'm not frail. I was able to get out, and that was it. And it hurt pretty good because I got that rusty metal in my leg. I didn't get an infection. I didn't get any serious injury. And that's because I'm always on the move. I'm constantly lifting heavy things, and I don't lose my balance. Now, when I was working on the car and I split the car in half, there's a emergency brake cable that came out. And it was dark, so I was putting my tools away. I tripped on the cable and fell forward into my truck. Well, I grabbed on the mirror of the truck. I grabbed on the door handle of the truck, and I avoided falling on metal that was sticking up jagged like that. And it happened like that. I mean, within seconds. So when you have the strength and your muscles can move fast enough, you can avoid getting seriously hurt. And I've had mishaps on the bicycle. I hit an object one time and got thrown off the bicycle, and I was flying through the air like a duck, and I was able to land without hitting my head, and I rolled sideways. So I put my arms out. I went like this. When I hit the ground, it hit me right here, and I rolled like sideways in the grass and woke up in a fire ant pile. I didn't wake up, but I got up in a fire ant pile. Put my hand down, covered in fire ants. I'm shaking off the fire ants. And you could probably see it. It was in one of my videos. I was making a video, and I got thrown off the bike. But, it's a shame that there wasn't somebody to video the whole thing, because it would have been kind of funny. But I've had a lot of these mishaps, and I've always gotten away without breaking anything. And I think a lot of it is just from having a good carnivore diet and then being able to move things around. And again, when you're older, the ability to balance, the ability to move quickly is critical. You'll notice that a lot of older people, one of the first signs you see, they slow down. And I was told since I was a kid, the faster you walk, the longer you'll live. It's very simple. And I do believe for most of us, we can't let ourselves slow down. We have to keep pushing. And if we start to get resistance, our body won't respond. It's like, well, what are we giving it for building materials and for fuel? What are we eating? What are we drinking? We need to make adjustments. And then we just have to keep pushing, because since our time is limited, would you rather waste that time suffering and feeling bad about yourself and then going to the gas station to get more duck food, and then you waddle around, you end up in the powered shopping cart at the store, you know, you're in the scooter because you have no choice. Now, if you're using the scooter as a transportation device, that's good, because you're still walking. You drive your scooter to the place you want to go to, and then you get out and walk. If you have an injury and you need support, you may have to use a walker or scooter. That's fine. But there's no reason for a regular person to get to that point. And it's like anything else. You're going to have a rise, plateau, and decline. If you can turn, I mean, the rise is going to be like this, 20 years old, and, you know, whatever. But then when the decline starts, you get into your 70s or 80s, and then it's a straight down shot, and you have that massive heart attack at 90-something, and that's it. You're gone. You don't have to worry about it. The medical system doesn't make money on you, and that's the end of it. You are the sweetest soul. We are all drawn for some reason. You comfort us. Wish your life was easier. Well, it might come with time. And Liz has returned. I'm back. Yes. Too bad I couldn't watch it, but maybe I'll catch the replay. Hope you're healing well. I think he's doing pretty good as far as I can see. And he's on top of things. And the comments have really picked up. And we have a good morning. I'm back, right as ever. Good morning to Liz. Not you. You have to work hard and eat a lot of steak with a body like Sean. Yeah, exactly. And you have to be genetically gifted, as mentioned earlier. Good morning, brother from another. Well, good morning, and I'm glad that you called me to let me know that my microphone was turned off. So grateful for the big monthly shopping day. Don't drink bull's milk either. Yeah, right? I almost got scammed into that. That's like duck milk. You don't want that. Duck milk comes from the drake, not the female. And you don't get a lot of it. I will check out the replay later. Duck. Whack. Coffee. There you see? You're better off drinking coffee than soy milk. Ugh. Soy milk? Come on. Drink your coffee. Don't drink the soy milk. Vampire. Hello. Well, hello. Good to see you again. And there we go. Good morning from Sandy to Kurt. Weakness is the biggest enemy of mine. Well, that's it. Well, that's why you're fighting it like a lot of people need to. I remember an old group of people drink coffee with the rendered fat. I forgot which group it is. Well, coffee is a social event for a lot of people. It's an excuse for people to get together. Hey, want to have some coffee? Sure, it's like beer. But again, if you're going to drink beer, no, drink coffee. And again, I'm not a coffee drinker, but what I'm saying is, if you're going to have something other than water, I would rather have coffee than even fruit juice. Fruit juice is basically sugar water. You're better off with coffee. Coffee is cooked. Coffee is fermented. Coffee is basically just filtered through water. You're not getting a lot of plant material. You're getting some plant chemicals, but I don't know. I'm not against coffee. Some people think that I'm anti-coffee, and I'm not. I used to make my mom coffee all the time. Coffee was a highlight of her morning. And I know a lot of people, their day is not right without their coffee. My wife looks at all your bruises and scratches and says, hey, that looks like you. I'm always leading from something. When you live life, injuries are just part of life. And again, I wish I would have had a video when I was in that car. I was trying to loosen the seat belts. There was a little wind coming up. A branch about that thick broke off the poinciana tree, fell right on the roof of the Charger. Bam! And the roof is all rusted out. The support's all rusted out. So I had the windshield out of the car because I was stripping it. And the back window just shattered in pieces, which is a shame because I wanted to save it. And that thing came down and the whole front of the car collapsed and right on my back. Now, thankfully, it wasn't the rusty part. It was rusty, but it was like the flat part. And I was like pinned there. And nobody would ever know. I mean, I got the place hidden so the county can't see it. But I'm sure one of my friends would eventually come by, but I'm okay. But yeah, that's normal. Getting injured is normal. And when you're healthy, it's not a problem. You'll heal up just in time to get cut again. And good morning from Jamette, and Sandy, and Julie. And Rough Carnivore says hello to Rick. Well, hello. And Michael Pregler is saying hello to CB. And we have from Sandy to good morning, Juju. Michael, at almost 68 years old in a couple weeks, I practice balance all the time. You should make some videos, I'm telling you. We want to see some of your routines. You're almost Kiltz's age. You know, Kiltz is 70, 68. That's pretty good. I hope I'm as healthy as you when I'm 68 and as active. I'm glad you're okay, Rick. Jesus loves you. Yes. I also had a mishap on the bicycle. I went through a water meter cover, but I didn't really get hurt. I got a couple of bruises, but that's about it. Michael, that's good. Rick, so true. Stay active. Yes. Stay active or rust out. I'd rather burn out than rust out. Dude, I was cutting grass with a push mower last week, and I stepped into a fire ant pile. I can't believe I did it. Well, it happens, and those things will get on you so fast. Balanced work is absolutely so important. Now, you should have seen me. Let me show you what I was climbing on to get to the window. Look at this. That's the generator I was standing on. There's the console. Look at that pile of stuff. Everything from my truck and my charger. And I was doing that to get to the window so I could close the blinds and open them to look outside. So balance is a very important part of my life. And Liz is saying, hello to Kurt. All right. Oh my, the scooter culture. Most people drive like they're drunk. Yeah, no kidding. The people get on the... There was one, I was riding my bike, and this guy had to be going like 30 miles an hour on a scooter. And I'm on the sidewalk with a bike, and of course I'm not fast enough. So he goes to pass me, hits a bump in the grass, and almost loses control and gets thrown. Thankfully, he didn't get thrown, but he was going pretty fast. I don't know, it's crazy. Us cyclists, we have to deal with all kinds of dangers. Delivery made. Okay. Soy milk, yuck. They pushed almond milk. Ugh. I have to locate a solenoid and some kind of fuse today on the lawnmower. A guy who runs repair business for 20 years. He's never changed his starter. Says likely a fuse or solenoid. Get yourself a wiring diagram, and then you can trace it out with a multimeter. You need cortisol in order to move right. Maybe the coffee helped people. It's possible. I mean, cortisol is naturally produced by your body when you have an emergency. It's produced by the gland on the kidneys. He was referring to the brand of lawnmower, Troy built with Briggs and Stratton engine. I think those things are under the seat. I have to spend hours trying to Google schematics. Yep. Good morning again from Aaron. Good morning. I guess you've reached your destination. And Kurt says good morning. Rick's cortisol adrenaline activated when he sees iguana, or when I'm in the car and a branch falls on me. Your house is a relic of the past. National Geographic should do an article on your humble home. Yep. And when I move, it'll probably even more humble, although it'll be brand new, which I'll be really happy. No termites, no rot, concrete roof, but everything's still old-fashioned inside. Rick, there's a channel where a dude does nothing but clean cluttered houses. It's like 1 million views. You should start a channel to track sorting all your goodies. Well, there you go. Everybody, yeah. All right. And it looks like okay. Adrenaline fight or flight for Rick, it's fight iguana or catch them and cook them. If you've never seen my bike ride where I catch an iguana, you should see it because it actually shows the process, how it goes from canal to my kitchen to my plate. That's good. Good idea for Rick. Yeah, I have a lot of things I want to do, but first I got to do the things that I need to do. Number one, fix my truck, which hasn't happened. So right now I got to finish cutting up the car. I'm dealing with very rusty bolts. I'm trying to cut them off or grind them off. My torch doesn't work. I need to fix my torch. I got a bunch of stuff to do. It's just insane. And I just can't catch up. But anyway, look at what fell down. This fell down. A friend of mine gave me this a while back. This is an imitation of an old-fashioned phone. They used to sell these back in the 70s at the Bell store. Where's the handset? Oh, where is the handset? And I found this when I was going through the trash in my last video. That's when we used to have Don Carter's Kendall Lanes. They closed in 2006. Let's see. Brandon's 7th birthday, Don Carter's. I might leave it like that. Eventually, when I get my new place, I'll have my bowling lanes. Hopefully, I'll put them back with the pin setters. And we can go bowling at my place. I got lots of bowling pins. I collect bowling pins. I love bowling pins. Got a bunch of them. But you know, being a 50s kind of guy, you know that there's bowling involved. Only problem is the bowling alleys have all been wiped out. So if I want bowling, I got to make my own bowling alley. And if I live in a rural community, I probably will have the only bowling lanes in the whole county. Good thing I know how to fix things. I'll get my Brunswick or my AMF pin setter, pin spotter machines, put up the ball return, get old 50s look. We'll be bowling like a pro. It'd be like when Don Carter was bowling in the 50s, and I've got his books too. Of course, he's long since gone, but what can you do? All right, so let's see how many people. Oh, look at that. Food delivery outside for you. Uh-oh. Really? Let me go look. Hold on. Let me get my shoes on. Okay. There's a food delivery for me. Let's see what we got here. Barry is an amazing person. He's given me so many good things, delicious foods, and even that wonderful microphone that I use. Is like 2 microphones that are wireless. If I ever do an interview with my phone, I can do that. Why are my shoes not going on? What is this? Oh. What if I got inside my shoe? Oh, wow. Got something from the charger here. All right, so we'll get that. It's hard to get on there. I'm going to go ahead and put on something while I go and see if there's food out there. So let's see. Okay, where is that? Here it is. I think. right. So that was very nice of Barry to send me those delicious packages of uncured bacon, which is the way I love bacon. So that's great. That is absolutely great. An interesting bag too that has looks like foil on the inside. That's good. All right. So I guess we were talking about the Amazon bacon. I had no idea that it was that simple to get it. I can see why people do love convenience. So let me go ahead and let's see the comments. Now, where'd the comments go? And Milton, he's fast asleep. Milton is actually on the floor of the kitchen like a cute little ball, and he ate his meat. So I didn't see the kittens outside. They must be sleeping somewhere. It's really hot out there. Okay, why is this thing off center? Okay, there we go. The comments are missing. Oh my goodness, what is this? All right. Rick, how are those ducks? Well, they're waddling around doing their duckiness. I haven't seen them today, but when they do come around, I have some more duck food for them. Everybody wants to lower cortisol, but what people don't realize is that this hormone is what gets men fierce and ready for life every morning. Yes, cortisol does rise in the morning. That's probably one of the reasons why once I wake up, I can't fall back asleep. It's impossible. Let me adjust this. Okay, that's a little too low. There we go. Looking good. Rick would like his personality. Whose personality? Okay. Cortisol, like all other hormones in our body, are absolutely necessary or you're dead. That's right. If you don't have cortisol, you can't react to when things go wrong. Okay. Well, I got a lot of comments all of a sudden. What happened? Okay. Is it true cortisol wakes you up in the morning because of liver? Right. I don't know about liver, but it does wake you up in the morning. I do know that. And Peter has returned. Yes. Rick, can you put up your coffee link? Well, Jonathan already put it up, but I can definitely put it up again. It's somewhere back in somewhere in there. Hope it's a big old steak. Well, it was actually bacon, which is good too. Bacon and eggs in the morning is always a good thing. But let me go back here. What is this? Yum bacon. No sound. Okay. I hate being muted during an unboxing. I make bacon 2 to 5 pounds at a time. I love that. Well, there you go. See? Bacon's awesome. I just make as much as I'm going to eat because I make it at the same time I make my breakfast. Anybody else here no sound? I think this switch is a little bit bad. I think sometimes when I'm going to have to change it. This microphone is from the 60s. I believe it was made in 64 when I looked up the number. These microphones have been around, I think, since the 40s. But what I do, when I play the video, I turn the sound, then I turn it back on. Now, normally I look at the VU meter because sometimes I'll turn it off. Like that. So I have a VU meter. I can look at it right now. I have an old-fashioned radio setup. There's also an LED display over there for the microphone. It's off to the side. It tells me when I'm overdriving it. And I can see it, like right now, I'm looking at the camera. I can actually see this light. Okay. Yep. See this over here? See those lights? I can see that when I'm looking straight at the camera. And there it is. But I have a VU meter directly in front of me. It moves. It's analog. But a lot of times when I'm opening, like if I'm opening up the bag, what ends up happening is that I can't see the VU meter because I'm looking at the bag and I'll be talking. But I got to remember, this is the key. I can also mute myself from the console, but I normally do it like this. Okay, no sound. Rick sounds. You always have to glance at the most recent chats for this reason. Yes, Mitch had echo kilts on for the whole time. That is right. The more tech gadgets you have, the more problems you will have. We cannot hear you. That's true. I'm trying to lip read what he's saying. Well, darn. Yes. Look at those prices back then. Okay, that's when I switched to the other video. I'll be right back. There we are. Okay. I learned the hard way. I did a gaming stream and no sound coming from the game was not working. I didn't pay attention to most recent chat. So ever since that incident, yeah, exactly. Bacon is good, but can be expensive. Show us that pic again of you standing in front of car. Never seen that picture before. Which picture is that? Standing in front of car. I got a few pictures. I'll have to look through my files. Coffee link, yes. Sound fine now. You need to add your coffee link to the more spots so we can access it. Normally, I just have this right here. The QR code. I do have that installed, but I don't keep the link handy. Yep. Mitch wouldn't put up, whoop, hold on, with anyone else having that echo sound set for kilt. So that's true. The whole duck is going for £6 at my local supermarket on a special offer. Would you fry or bake it? It depends on the type of duck. If it's Muscovy duck, I would never bake it because you'll end up with a pile of leather. But if it's a Pekin or other domestic duck, you could choose. You could bake the duck. Me, I'd fry it. I always fry duck. That's kind of my thing. Poultry, for me, is always fried. Turkey, chicken, duck, pigeon, whatever. If it's got feathers, it gets fried. But that's just me. I'm not a big fan. I know people that grill it, rotisserie it. It's okay. It's not my thing. You can always go to the About section on his homepage to access the link. Yeah, that's true. I have neglected that. I keep forgetting that people like to send me stuff because I figured that I'm just, they're just being nice to me by taking their time and listening to my videos. But, we do the best we can. You need a neon bowling alley called Brunswick. Well, I'm going to have, obviously, I have the lanes if they're still good. They're kind of in storage. They're on a trailer. Otherwise, I'll have to build new ones. I have the pin setters. I have 2 Brunswick pin setters and 2 AMFs, so I can choose either one. I have the Brunswick cover with the lights, the little triangle that comes up. And I have the ball return, although I'd like to get the straight one, the old-fashioned one that looks like a spaceship. And I'm going to make a neon sign that says bowling with bowling pins, with the ball going to the pins. I did make neon signs before. I have the burners and the equipment to do it, although it's all packed in my garage where I can't get to it. I may build a new set, who knows. But I definitely want to get the glass tubing. It's a little harder to get the old-fashioned glass, but I can still get glass tubing. And I will basically start bending and making neon all over again. I know a lot of people use LED. A lot of the channels, you'll see their sign in the background that's LED, and that works. But I know that popular guy, what's his name, Joe Rogan, his sign is neon, and mine will be too. I may even have one. There's a guy that has a neon banana. There's somebody else that has a neon duck. I don't know who that is, but I have neon in my bedroom. I have some in the hallway, but that's definitely going to be going in there. And of course, it'll definitely have the 50s look. And I love bowling. That's my favorite sport is bowling. People would think, oh, it's basketball, and I can play some basketball, but it's just too hot in Florida. Basketball is sweating all the time. I'm tired. I sweat every day for work. I'd rather do something in the air conditioning, and that's why I like bowling. My only complaint about bowling is that people used to smoke cigarettes, and I just hate that. So that's why I gave up bowling. Then they got rid of smoking, and then they closed the bowling alley to build shopping centers. What else is new? All right, so let's see here. Comment-wise, how are we doing? It's about 11 o'clock. Looks like I've caught up with the comments. Oh, we have more comments. I love duck fried too. Yes, fried duck is delicious with a crispy duck skin. Rick, that sounds so cool. Yes, I love bowling. I often buy creators coffees at odd times when I am not watching a stream or video. Nice. 53 likes. Yes, I like that. Bowling and biking. That is true. I might even be able to do both. I did a video a long time ago where I was doing poor man's polo, and we tried everything from bobcat polo to bicycle bowling. So what we would do, we'd set up pins on the sidewalk, and we'd start riding the bike. And then the whole idea is try to throw the ball. And I had a bunch of old bowling balls from the bowling alleys that closed and from yard sales and stuff, cracked bowling balls. And we just bowl on the sidewalk or out on the street, which is kind of funny. And then we had bicycle polo. That's another one where you take the hammer and you try to hit the ball. That's actually kind of fun. And bobcat bowling, where you use a bowling ball and then you put it in the bobcat bucket and you try to knock the pins down. There's all kinds of crazy things. It's sort of like redneck sports. But yes, I like all that stuff, which is another reason why I'm sure if there was a county full of people like me, the developers would stay away. I only get super chats from the same 3 people. That is something. I can't click on the coffee. Can you put it in writing? Yes, I can definitely put it in writing. But you've already sent me before, which I appreciate. Let me go ahead. Now, again, Jonathan did post the link before. Where did I put that link? Let me get rid of this. Okay, got rid of that one. All right, let's see. I love to watch you bowl, but you have advantage over most tall and long arms that reach halfway down the alley. That's true. But bowling is a game of skill. There used to be a very old lady that went to the bowling alley. She was, I think, almost 90. And she had this weird technique. We called it granny bowling. She had the slowest hook I've ever seen in my life. The lady just kind of stroll up to the lane, drop the ball, and the ball would go very, very slowly over towards the gutter, and then towards the pins, it would begin to hook. And she got a surprising amount of strikes. There was another old guy that I used to call the power bowler. This guy was like deadly with the bowling ball. He threw the ball so hard for someone that old, I couldn't believe it. But Granny would usually outscore him because of her precise bowling. One of the things about bowling, a lot of people don't realize, is that it's a game designed to be deceptively simple, but it's not. Because of the distance, the 60 feet from the line to the pins, you're looking at what looks like an easy target. It's just pins. Bowling pins are designed to look unstable. I mean, look at what they are. They're big and fat. They look like your typical American. Small head, skinny neck, big old fat middle, and then a small bottom. They can barely stand up on their own. So you think, oh, I got this large, heavy ball. I'm going to throw it at these pins, and they're all going to fall down. But what they don't realize, you've got a distance like this between the pins. And then you have pins behind it. So at a distance, they look close. But that ball can almost fit between the 2 pins. You could fit the ball in the middle and knock one down, and the other one's still standing. So because bowling pins are arranged in a triangle, if you hit the middle pin, it's just going to knock them down and leave the ones on the outside, making it impossible to knock the other 2 pins down. So if you leave a 7-10 split, you're not getting a spare. Now, I have gotten a spare with a 7-10 split, but it has nothing to do with skill. It has a lot to do with luck. And it's impossible to push the one side pin into the other side. That's impossible. The only way to do it is to knock it off of the pin setter, which technically is not allowed in league play. So if you get a 7-10 split, and the scoring system of bowling is almost like finance. When you knock down, you get strike after strike, your score goes up quickly. You get spare after spare, it goes up. But if you don't get spares, your score is crap. You might not even get 100. That's how bad it is. So bowling is a game of skill, and it's also, to some extent, a game of will. Because if you get frustrated, your score gets worse. Bowling is another game that the more aggression you throw at it, the worse you do. It's kind of like life in a way. You can get as mad as you want at those pins, but as long as you're throwing that bowling ball from 60 feet away, forget it. Now, you could run down the lane and knock the pins over, but then if you slip on the oil and you end up with a pin setter trying to reset you, that's not a good thing. That pin setter comes down. It's very close to the lane. If you get under there, you're going to be a very unhappy person. But on the other hand, just bowling, I like bowling. I don't care. And the other sports that I like is motorsports, racing dirt bikes, drag racing, even, simple, even bicycle racing, anything that involves wheels, I can get into that. But when it comes to team sports, football, baseball, soccer, I don't want to deal with that. I don't like team sports. It's just not my thing. I like individual sports, like bowling. Love bowling. That's why I don't like basketball. The last thing I want to be doing is dealing with the hot weather, sweating it out with a bunch of other people. It's all too much like work. Too much like work. So I'm not into that kind of sports. But racing, absolutely. Love racing. Bowling, absolutely. I even like golf. The only problem I have with golf is that the golf carts are not fun enough. If I redesign golf, first of all, the golf course would be wild. There would be no manicure. It'd be a combination of tall grass, weeds, bushes, and the golf carts would be ATVs, and you'd be riding around trying to race. The idea is to finish the course first. And if you can knock somebody off into the ditch while you're racing over there, that makes it even more fun. So you all hop on your ATV, you're trying to get to the next hole and having a little, demolition derby going on the course. It'll end up looking like Caddyshack, where you have somebody trying to blow up the gophers and sprinklers turning on. That's the other thing. You have the sprinklers turn on at random times. You make golf a lot more, real world. Now, you're not going to get those low scores like on a normal course, but you'll probably have a lot more fun. And the golf course could also double as a junkyard. When you're stripping cars or you want to work on something, you just take it out there in the golf course and you have to play around that mess. Okay. Yeah. Okay, there goes the comments. Where are my comments? Where are they? I know they're here. All right, there we go. We have a hello to Sandy. And there is a Buy Me a Coffee link, thanks to Jonathan, who, by the way, posted it earlier without me even having to ask for it. So that's great. Okay, cutter balls. Rick's fundraiser above. And there's Jonathan's. Yes, the Give, Send, Go for Jonathan. I bowled a 300 one time. I've bowled a 300 3 times in my life. And once it was with open play with friends. They were like, now, of course, I had my famous cheater ball. Everybody, remember when the reactive resin urethane came out? That was a big deal. So what I did, I created the Brunswick Black Beauty 1990s edition with reactive resin and a very specially made counterweight. So this ball, all you had to do was know the trick. You release the ball as close to the right gutter as possible, and you release it with your hand like this. So the ball basically rolls. But because it had that weight in it, if you threw it at just the right speed, it would do this, and it would hook right to the pins. So I would throw the ball, whoop, and about 20 feet from the pins, it would start curving, and in the last 5 feet, it'd hook right there between the 1 and 3, and bam, and the pins are all over the place. So, yeah, my cheater ball, which I still have here somewhere in the house, my cheater ball. I love that thing. And I had it And they looked at us like, what kind of ball is that? Well, you know me, I get everything from the dump. And it said Brunswick Black Beauty. They look at it, it's like, there's something weird about this ball. It's a Brunswick rubber ball. What am I going to say? But yeah, I had fun. That was a fun project too. I had to make a mold, mix the urethane. I made like 4 different balls, which are somewhere around here. The core was made out of hard concrete, basically hydraulic cement. And then I had to make it so the holes were drilled in the right spot. I used a drill press, and the holes in my ball were like very far apart because full thumb, partial finger, no rubber grips, just right into the material, slightly angled. I made the ultimate bowling ball. And I got so good with that thing, nobody wanted to bowl with me anymore. You go to the bowling alley and you use the balls that they have for free. You couldn't hit the side of a barn with that thing. The balls are terrible. I think my worst score was a 20. That's how bad I was because I kept throwing gutter balls. I used the ball at the bowling alley. It was like, no way. And then I finally had to switch to normal bowling. And then I was hitting the 1-3, but the pins weren't going down. I got a 7-10 split. I got like 4. I mean, it was terrible. The whole thing was just terrible. But I got spoiled with my ball. I even made my own bowling shoes. I made them to look just like the ones in the bowling alley with the leather top, because by then they had the sneaker style bowling shoes. But I'm really into bowling, as you probably know. Love bowling. I hope one day I can set up my bowling lanes. It's a good thing I'm a mechanic because I can fix any machine. It's okay, brother. I'm down to give you some coffee gains. Well, there you go. I appreciate that, Tim. I got to start giving you something. Hopefully soon I won't be the poorest man here. I'll be able to start giving stuff to other people. Plus, I'm really looking forward to the day when I can have my QUQCK IguanaCon carnivore convention, which is not only for carnivores, but it's also for omnivores, vegans. The only people that are not welcome are duck food eaters. If you're a duck food eater, you wouldn't want to come here anyway. But for those of you that are vegans and omnivores, there will be plenty of fruit trees and vegetables in the garden for you to enjoy. And you can cook them any way you want. Deep fried, grilled, whatever. We need all the gains. Come on with Rick and I sometime too. Yes, Jonathan is inviting you to come on with us. Tim is also into fitness, into diet, and into cannabis. So there's a lot going on there. Plus other plant-related materials. I barely get over 100. I just don't bowl very often anymore. That's it. Bowling is definitely a skill. Most people think of it as a joke, but serious bowling is a serious sport. I'll tell you right now. You might laugh at the professional bowlers. My biggest complaint is that most of the people in professional bowling were out of shape. They had that huge stomach. What we need to do is get people like that are into professional bowling into the gym so that they have some muscle and then they have a good physique and they can go out there and bowl really well, look really good, and maybe bowling will come back. Next thing you know, everybody will be in those bowling shirts, going to the bowling alley, and maybe having a carnivore bowling league. Because if I ever opened a commercial bowling alley, there'd be plenty of pork rinds, big heart attack burgers, fairly priced. I might even have the one and only bowling alley buffet. It wouldn't be cheap, but it would be good. My best game ever was a 290-10 pin spare. 11 in a row was a 787 series. So you were a bowler too. I guess you're in a bowling league. Now I want to go bowling after hearing Rick. I can't do bowling anymore. Nope. I can use the rail guard though and drop it. Yeah, that's it. Or get the bumper bowling. Well, obviously, Jonathan, with your challenges, bowling is not a good idea. My bowling average in my youth was 165. Now that's impressive. Mine was almost 200. I had a really good bowling average. I was dangerous on the bowling lanes. I was a really good bowler. But they closed the bowling alley and tore it down and built a Walgreens and a shopping center. My bowling average in my youth, okay, that's it. So you were definitely a bowler as well. And let's see. That's great. My Uncle Jerry, my godfather, is ran a 40-lane bowling lane. So I was there all the time. Well, there you go. Bowling used to be the sport of the middle class. Now it's for people that have money. I still watch drag racing all the time. We have more in common. I love drag racing. I do not like NASCAR, as I've said many times. I like drag racing, whether it's watching drag racing or actually drag racing. I love drag racing. So this, you might say that Rick's into drag. Well, that kind of drag, not the other drag, not the drag that the gay guys like. I tell them, look, I'm into drag too, but a different kind. And of course, they don't like that. Gay guys don't like drag racing, but that's okay. He has old man strength. Yes, and that's true. We like that. Are you an F1 fan? Nah, not really. I'm not. They used to have the Miami Grand Prix down here, but I don't know. I like to get it over with. I like the drag racing. You know, rev it up and go. It's just like when I chase an iguana. I'm not a long distance runner. I'm not a marathon runner. I can't do that. But I can definitely run short distances. And actually, I'm pretty fast. As skinny as I am pretty fast. I've had some of my younger friends and their kids, we've done some of those short, dash races, and I go really fast. It's so hot down here. The only time I can do it is in our 14 days of good weather. But I enjoy it. I do enjoy athletic activity. I'm just not a big fan of team sports, and I hate spectator sports. If I can't play it, I don't want to watch it, period. That's why I don't like football. I don't like soccer. Although I'd rather play soccer than American football. American football we have that where you pull out the strap, flag football. I can do that. But again, I just don't like the game. I think it's kind of silly. Don't like team sports. But you give me my bowling ball in a bowling lane, I'll take on all challengers. I tried to get good at billiards or pool, but I just can't. That game, I like it, but I can't master it. I think because my pool table was in rough shape, but I can't master billiards. I wish I could. But pinball's another one I like. I've always been good at pinball, and I got a couple of pinball machines. So always enjoyed pinball, but bowling, that's the thing. So my home bowling lane, I'd like to have my bowling alley, pool table, a couple of pinball machines. I think that'd be great. Come over to Rick's place. He may live in the middle of nowhere, but you'll find something to do. And then, of course, ATVs. Everybody likes ATVs. 6-wheeler, 3-wheeler, 4-wheeler. Just make sure you sign your disclaimer, so if you get hurt, I'm not responsible. But we'll go for a ride out in the trails. Love it. I've had a few minor accidents. And by the way, yes, I do wear helmets on all ATVs. I don't wear it on the bicycle, but on any motorized open vehicle, I always wear a helmet. And in fact, I don't ride dirt bike in the summer because I like to wear the entire protective, the pants, everything, the plate, everything. If I ride a dirt bike, I'm going to be fully protected because sooner or later, I'm going to get tossed off. Just one of those things. And there's Bob. Hello from Northeast Ohio. It's Bob Angle, the Carnivore Talk man himself. Carnivore Talk, 8 p.m. Monday night. Sadly, that's when I have my mini neighborhood meetup usually. But when I don't have the meetup, I always pop in. And when I get back from the meetup, I always say hello. And that's it. So there's Bob. Glad you are here. Jamet from Michael Pregler. And we have a question. Do you like NASCAR? Nope, I'm not a NASCAR man. Now, if it would have been NASCAR in the 60s where you had Richard Petty and you had real stock cars, I probably would have gotten into it, but not with the NASCAR they have now. It's just too commercialized. Hope you're well, Michael, if you hook. If you book in some time, I'll give you a discount. There you go. All right. And we have a hi to Bob. We tend to walk playing golf in England. Good exercise, and you can plan your shots better. That's good. But I still like the idea of demolition derby golf carts. I think that'd be kind of fun. There'd be carts all over the place, upside down, crashed into trees. We'd have to build the golf cart with heavy duty bumpers and shock absorbers. And I live near so many golf courses near the elderly population. Well, I didn't know they had them over there in England. I just finished interviewing Kimberly. You have seen her on my channel. Comments a lot, probably. I'll have to check that out. Jonathan was interviewing. Wow, Jonathan's everywhere. Really come back strong on YouTube. Michael Pregler. Well, I hope everyone has a great day. I've got to get outside and get my yard work done. Going to rain all next week. And I have, let's see here. What is this? I have several hours worth. You know, hopefully, with the place you have, maybe you'll get yourself like a bobcat or something to help with your yard work. Make life a lot easier. I know you said you liked them, so maybe that'd be a good project for the future. Jonathan, it's good to talk today. Have a good one. We'll be in touch. That's right. Okay, let's see here. Rick is so tall, they make him bowl from the parking lot. Nice one, Michael. See you around soon. I can't see Buy Me a Coffee link. Jonathan has me blocked. Jonathan has me blocked. How can that be? Interesting. No? Okay, let me see if I can. Let me go back. I'll just copy it. Okay, where did it go? It's here somewhere. There it is. Okay. There we go. Should be there. I think everybody can see that. All right. Cannabis. Just don't invest them. Wouldn't it be nice if they just let people grow their own cannabis? Couldn't hit the side of a barn with that thing. Yep. Let's do it, Carnivore Muscle. And press how long you are going with this live. Oh, this is nothing. I've been 12 hours on a live. But we're going to knock this live off before it gets to be too late. I got a million things to do. I'm down. There we go. Oh, no, just got off the phone. Relatives are coming over at noon. Guess I won't be doing a live today. Oh, okay. Well, at least you got your relatives coming over. Mick moves swiftly across the store to get the best deals, the most efficient way. You've seen me shop. All right, let's see here. Okay. I'm so procrastinating about the lawn. I can listen on my phone outside, so I guess I'll go to it. I got a little bit of grass to cut, but my lawnmower fell apart. I have to make another one. An interesting take on fitness. Carnivore bowling. Yes. That's it. How about bowling for iguanas? I've actually tried that. It didn't work. But I did try to get an iguana with a bowling ball. Now, you play soccer, don't you? I think you do, which is good. I have something called bagatelle. Look it up. Interesting. Never heard of that. Very good morning. Good morning to Bob. I have to go and work. Take off. Yep. Well, Tim, glad you're here. And I guess you're back to the restaurant. So have a good time at work. And hopefully you don't have any issues in the kitchen. Doing my best, Rick. I'm toast after one recording, though. Well, you do the best you can. That's it. Jonathan doesn't give up. Blocked. Yeah. Jonathan has me blocked also. Not sure why. I thought it was my phone. That doesn't. I can see you. Have been. That's weird. But YouTube has a funny habit of not posting certain comments. Juju, you know why? I don't know. I get frustrated. Maybe I'll have to do this on Rumble as well. That way I don't have to worry about the YouTube censorship. But anyway, now, as you can see, I've caught up with the comments again, which is very good. Now, let me go over to my channel and see how many people we have watching. Let's just double check this. Okay. Let me get rid of that Gregor video. Let's see. All right. Get rid of that one. And get rid of that one. Okay. Oh. Okay, there's nothing there. So we'll get rid of that one. let's see. That is interesting take on. Okay. All right. There we go. All right. Some people should not have the power to block, especially if they have a certain temperament, maybe. Okay. I don't follow people that support war criminals. I think that's reasonable. Are you talking about the orange man over here? Terry. Mr. Pity blocked me and I didn't do anything. There's no excuse for that. I haven't, if he's that immature, and we know who we're talking about. If you don't know who Mr. Pity is, you know that Jonathan and a certain person have a bit of a disagreement about his lack of progress. And, I mean, I've been on his channel. I don't have any problem with him. But I'm going to mention, if I happen to pop into another one of his lives, why would you block my friend Jonathan? That doesn't make sense. Now, what I do on my own channel, since this is my channel, if anybody does get blocked and I don't agree with it, I'll just unblock you. That's it. But when it comes to comments, I have given Jonathan the power to moderate the comments, and I trust his judgment pretty much at least 90%. So I'm not going to worry about it. But again, if somebody has a concern, my email is in my profile. You can feel free to email me at any time, and we will discuss it. But at this point, I don't really see any issues. Now, when it comes to things like politics, obviously, that's not really appropriate for any channel. Most of my friends, they tend to be Trump supporters. Okay. Anybody that knows me knows how I feel about Donald Trump. He's a narcissist. He always has everything about himself. But some people like that. I don't. I can't stand the way that he talks. It's like he's talking to children and trying to threaten them. Again, that's not, I could care less. These politicians don't care that we exist. And you know my theory. Why don't I follow celebrities? I'm not going to spend my valuable time following people that don't know that I exist and don't care. And that's what I think about all these politicians. They're all a bunch of crooks. Now, if somebody gets butt hurt because their feelings were hurt, what can I do? I don't have control over that. I'm sorry. Okay. My phone has a habit of reporting people while my phone is in my pocket. You know, that's one of those things with the YouTube. There's a problem with these smartphones. They get rubbed the wrong way, and somehow it always triggers that. I've had that happen to me when I'm on Wi-Fi. It's just weird. Sandy, I chatted with him, but now I don't see him on any channel. I thought it was a tech issue. I don't block anyone. Why block me? But it's people's choices. Thanks for speaking out, Rick. I don't expect anything more to come off this, but as a point of reference, I will always defend myself and my friends, and you're entitled to do that. Not a big deal. I just wanted to send a coffee to Rick. Well, the link didn't show up. I thought it did show up. I don't know what's going on with this. Not Nikki Juju. I agree about Trump. Politicians don't care. Sad truth. That's right. They who hold the power don't care about us commoners. That is correct. Because their goal is extraction. And again, I need to make a video. I don't trust any government. Government, the word actually is rooted in mind control. The idea of government is just like school. School is not about learning. School is about control. That's why school is mandatory. If learning was so important, school would be voluntary. Think about it. Why do we force children to go to school? It's all about control. It's all about instilling authority figures in their life. You have the teacher, who's the immediate authority. Then you have the principal's office for the ultimate authority. It's the same thing with government. Government is about extraction. And basically, it serves a purpose, but the purpose has been corrupted because human nature is selfish. Everybody wants to get what they want. And if it wasn't for some kind of control, you would simply go to the store, take whatever you want, and leave without paying. I mean, if they put a sign on the store that said everything's free, I'd be on my bike so fast I'd go straight to the meat department. I would load up as much meat as I could. In fact, if I knew all the meat was free, I'd get in my van and I'd drive over there with a van. I'd take every piece of meat I can get my hands on and I'd load it in the van. I'd stuff my freezer. Then I would call my friends and say, hey, who wants some meat? I have too much and I'll give you whatever I can't hold. And that's it. But that's the way it would be. It would be a free-for-all. And then the problem is nobody would produce anything because everybody would just take it. So it would all fall apart. But the necessary function of government, which is to maintain order and to settle differences, has been corrupted by special interests. People take advantage of that. They create a system that's hard to use and inaccessible to most, and then they use it as an extraction mechanism. And whoever invented debt, even the scripture says that the borrower is a slave to the lender. The whole idea of slavery, the whole idea of control. And that's really what it comes down to. It's always been that way, and it always will be. A couple of centuries ago, it was more obvious. They had people that were basically slaves that they controlled outright. But now, most people are still slaves. They're just controlled by debt and by being unhealthy. If you are not able to exist on your own, you become a dependent. And once you become a dependent, you become a subject of extraction. All right. So anyway, enough of the theory, enough of the philosophy, which I do seem to get a lot of it there. And the comments have come in. All right. And Barry Simon saying hi to Sandy and Jamette. Excellent. And Jonathan has reposted the link. Certain someone loves to block people if you don't agree with him. It's pathetic, but no biggie to me. All right. People that block people will at some point not have anyone to chat with. Interesting. BuyMeACoffee.com, then charge your Mopar after the line key. Yes, it's easy to find. I might just have to put it in my profile. That's what I'll probably do. All right, let's see. I think you do a great job. See, you have your fans. I had 250 blocked at one point. Too many to speak to. The thing is, when you go to Jonathan's channel, out of respect for Jonathan, just try to be nice. I mean, honestly, I understand that. On my channel, I'll go through there and I'll unblock anyone that I don't think needs to be blocked. That's just the Rick way. But Jonathan's channel is different. There are some comments on there that I didn't find because I'm a moderator on his channel as well. I will delete the obviously bad comments, but sometimes I'll let some go and then he gets rid of them because he doesn't like that. But it's your channel. You can do whatever you want. It's your choice. And I support that right. Terry Girl says, anyone here can personally block someone they don't want to hear. I don't get the mass blocking. Block you want as long as you aren't a moderator. Others can still watch if they want to. Yes. There's always more to the story than one comes up. I'm grateful given the actual circumstances. Totally agree when you blocked me on Grandma's channel. Okay. I think it's common. People are also part of slavery to the corporations. Yes. Celebrities, public figures are all archons. I never heard that term before. Archon. Is that like the opposite of anarchism? I'll have to look that up. I learned something new. Okay. Add it to your video description. So no stress. There we go. All right. I appreciate this channel based on what Rick would not find acceptable on here. If it's my own views, I'll block them from my own channel, unique to my own page. not his. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Terry blocked me accidentally, by the way, hence the winks. Okay, that's good to know. And, you know, when I go on my channel, for example, let me see here. Where did that go? Okay, I did not. Where in the world did that go? Okay. All right, let me see. Okay, I'm going to go to YouTube. How many people do we have, by the way? Oops. We got 50 watching right now. Okay, so we're starting to wind down. Let me go over here to my channel, and let's see what we can do. Okay, Live at 8 with Rick. Where is that? Okay. Subscriptions. Oh, Aaron put up a video. Nice. Let's see. Oh, it looks like Jerry is having a live. All right. He's having it early, I guess. Where in the world did that go? It's up. Okay. I don't see. I lost the menu. Oh, well. It's here somewhere. Huh. All right. I'll figure it out sooner or later. Manage videos. Okay. Oh. Oh. See, we got a post on the community page. Nice. Yeah. I didn't realize I had that many people posting comments. It's good. I like it. Okay. Oh, well. I'll deal with that later. No big deal. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead. When you mentioned free food, made me think about how NYC is failing now. There you go. You got the Mondani guy over there. It's all talk. They're not going to give anybody anything. They're still about extraction. I'm always stressed out to talk or comment on various channels as English is not my first language, and I might involuntarily offend someone. Well, that's not going to happen here. It's hard to offend Rick. Rick, as far as TDS, they are all the same, so it's dumb. You know that politics is just political theater. Yes, it is all ridiculous and none of it is real. Keeps people from looking at the central bank. Exactly. They say politics is show business for ugly people. That's what it is. I mean, some of these people look like they're circling the drain. Some of them might not even be alive. They might just be puppets. Well, they're all puppets, but some of them might be literally dead. I voluntarily offend anyone who doesn't use logic. Yes. I guess I'll just use words you know. Be mindful of punctuation. I try, but I'm sometimes in a hurry. That is our problem. We're stumbling block as men. Yes, I agree. And let's see. And the comments jumped ahead. It's amazing how that works. 58. Oh, nice. Very nice. But when I am not accepted as I am, then I have no need to be in that place. This is my way of thinking. Yeah. They go where you're celebrated, not tolerated. As I thought of tech thing, everything I've done online, this nowhere has been carefully checked with an independent AI to ensure the rationale behind my method is for the greater good. Bowling alley email. All right, let's check that out while I'm at it. And JJ, why I don't visit certain people's channel anymore. That is correct. And we have a couple of channels in mind, don't we? And let's see. Stick around. You're welcome here. See, even Jonathan says you're welcome here. I stick around with humble people. That's smart. Now let me see what email Barry sent me. Let's give that a double check here. All right, so we have my email and we have I haven't got that yet. Let me see. Maybe I got a message from Harbor Freight. Okay. Don't miss your free gift. Let me see what we got from Harbor Freight over here. Harbor Freight. Free gift, flashlights with any purchase. Oh, the magnetic things. They always run out of those. I like those. I got a bunch of tools hanging on there. Tool magnets. And as Mitch was saying, we don't even really know how magnetism works. Okay, so I got that email message. I'll get, okay. And then we got a black box warning. I don't see another email from Barry, so I don't know. That's weird. Maybe it's lost in the email universe, but that is the email that I have gotten so far. So let's see. Where is Milton today? Milton has been asleep the whole time. I can't believe that he hasn't come in here. Usually around this time, he'll get hungry and he'll come up and start biting at me. I have a relationship with probably 30 people in live stream right now. Nice, helpful, and warm people. That's good. That's why I came here from Polish carnivore community, as they sometimes like to bully a bit. And speaking of Polish carnivore, we have Polish Mike I haven't seen lately. He's still in the carnivore lifestyle, as far as I know, and he's still pretty hardcore when it comes to carnivore. But I think a lot of people, they don't have a need to go on YouTube. They find the carnivore lifestyle, and they continue with it. And it works for them. So why are they going to go out there? It's like me. I don't want to convert anybody to carnivore. I'd rather have more people eating duck food. That way the meat is cheaper and more available for me. I got nothing to gain by converting people to carnivore. Okay, here we go. Barry Simon Bowling. Let's see here. All right. Okay. Let's see what we got here.
Hey everyone, Rick here. Today we're combining bowling with my car.
All right, let me go back over here and we'll switch the seed. There we go. All right, let's see what we got here.
Hey everyone, Rick here. Today we're combining bowling with my carnivore lifestyle. Check out this roast. It looks just like a bowling ball. Time for a meaty strike. Time to roll this roast. Yes, a perfect strike. Roasted those pins. Who knew a roast could be so athletic? Carnivore power.
That's funny. Hey, that's not a bad idea. Make a bowling ball that looks like meat. That would be kind of interesting. It'd be a custom Rick bowling ball. And watch out, because those strikes will be coming. Oh, that's pretty good. I enjoy it. I enjoy the participation. The main reason why I do lives is because of the chat. And I know some people, they do their lives, they don't really pay attention to the chat. But for me, that's kind of the whole reason why I do a live. Otherwise, I could do edited videos. A good edited video will get a lot more views. And when I start a new channel and I monetize that channel, then that'll work. And there is no chatting. On some of the channels, resent, okay, got it. Mostly people seek help and ask the same questions. What seems repetitive when you just want to hang out. That is very true. Jamet agrees. And agrees with JJ, yes. Archons trap humanity through these three main mechanisms. Ignorance and illusion. 3 main mechanisms or 2? Ignorance and illusion. They cloud human consciousness using worldly distractions, material desires, and ego to keep people unaware. That's interesting. Huh. Learned something new here. Excellent. Spend to get something free isn't free. That is true. That is very true. I see 60 people. Nice. Good day, Ivy. Oh, dear. That is funny, isn't it? That's a cool meme. Very good one. Carnivore Olympics. Now, what you'll have to do, Barry, is send all the things that have me in it, any of the videos that are Rick themed, and then I'm going to make my own thing like Mitch does for an intro. When someone else is not having a live stream, I'll just put that in there, make a series of videos, which I think will be interesting. Carnivore Olympics, all poles, shoes, balls, shot put, and spring blocks are made of meat. There you go. That would be pretty funny. And then the best thing is when the Olympics are over, you can have a barbecue. And that'll be really, really tasty. All right. Now, let me just, I'm going to do a little bit of etymology. How's that? Okay, let me close this. And I'm going to close that. There's my can. Close that. Charger Mopar's World. Look at that. Still got people watching. 58 people watching. That's pretty impressive, I have to admit. So let me go over here. I'm going to look up this word. Okay. Okay. Anarchist, anarchos, without authority or without a ruler. Okay. And an archost, ruler or leader. That's what I thought it was. Okay. Without authority, without a ruler. Archnos. Okay. Without a ruler. Okay, that's what I thought. System or view that supports rulers, authority, and dominance. Greek word that means ruler. That's what I thought. Archon is a Greek rule that means, Greek word that means ruler. Okay. Are not a distinct theological class of evil beings, rather the literal Greek word for rulers or authorities, used in the New Testament to describe earthly leaders or demonic powers. The concept most famous in Gnosticism, early rival mystical movement viewed as heretical, where archons are the malevolent cosmic wardens who trap human souls in the physical world. Okay. I know I've seen that term before. I just didn't know where it came from. But isn't it great that we have the internet to try and refresh our memory for some of these things? And everything tends to form a pattern, and some patterns are very much predictable. So anyway, let's see how the comments are going. Questions. Aren't there bowling leagues in your area? We have only one bowling lane left, and that's Bird Bowl. All the other so-called bowling places are what you would call boutique bowls. And one of the most popular is called Lucky Strike or something like that. A lot of them don't even have real pin setters. They have bowling pins on strings, which makes it impossible to do real bowling. Shows how intelligent you are when you can talk well like you do and do it totally unrehearsed. Yes, I do it all the time. I taught school. I taught at Miami-Dade College for 13 years. I'm very good at communicating information, and my mind works pretty well, considering that I'm a total quack. If it weren't for subscribers, channels wouldn't exist. That's correct. But some channels have huge amounts of subscribers, but they have very few participants. I've been on lives in channels that have over 100,000 subscribers, and there's less participation than in mine. Carnivore pentathlon. Well, there you go. Exactly. Instead of a decathlon, it's like half of it. I met another 8-year carnivore yesterday at a supermarket near me. He works at a pizza counter. He knows Dr. Ken kills Chafee. Have someone I can meet him chat with. But I bet there's one person he doesn't know. This guy. Nobody in the carnivore community ever knows about me unless I know them. Kurt, great point. Hunger Games carnivore versus vegans. Wow, that'd be something to watch. Yep. And I guess when the carnivores run out of meat, they can always eat the vegans. Yellow Rose, that's cool. That's right. That would be funny. Yes, it would. Good day, your heart. Barry, you should do a meme of the Carnivore Olympics. There we go. That's from Thomas. Good day, Amazon. Recently had a talk with vegan. She says she doesn't eat meat as she doesn't want to be rotten meat. And I kind of agree with her. I also... Oh, come on. I also don't eat veggies, says I don't want to be like a vegetable. Yes, you are what you eat. I'd rather be beefy than veggie. Good whatever time of day, everyone. Well, hey, Mason, a good day, good afternoon, good whatever. It's all good as long as you're above ground and you're not decomposing somewhere else. Okay, and we have a hello to Thomas and a hello from Thomas to Kurt. Carnivore versus vegan Olympics. There we go. Coach Juliet Edens. So smell like rotten veggies. And if you've ever had that, you know, when I took care of my mom, there would always be stuff going bad in the refrigerator. It was horrible. But when it was back to Rick only, we don't have anything go bad. Rotten fruit, rotten veggies, it doesn't happen. They don't rot. Meat does not rot unless it's just sort of sitting out in the heat. A meme coming. And Juliet sees 66. Get your kicks on Route 66. The third one is much more than I want to type. Okay? And there's Aaron. Hello. I see that you looks like you put out a video today. Aaron's here. Great. Good to have you here. Good day, Juliet. And we have a good day to Aaron. Aaron is very popular here, as you can see. And by the way, you're looking pretty good lately. You must be getting in even better shape, which is good. I'm surprised that kids don't drive you crazy. Okay. Been out there kicking butt on my farmer carry challenge. That's why you're looking better. Doing great. You really are doing great. We're happy to have you in this community. We really appreciate that. We need more women in this community. This is not just a guy's community. And by the way, Aaron is the champion, the current champion of the Heart Attack Burger Challenge. Nobody has ever devoured a heart attack burger like she did. So, and she also created a new version of the pacemaker pizza, which I think is, I'm going to have to try that one day, where you kind of make it all and fry it at the same time. That worked out surprisingly good. So, Aaron's creative. That's that good old country ingenuity. Have a hello to Sandy. Okay. Asking Juliet a question. 63 watching now. 65. I just finished a mile walk in my 50-pound vest. Wow. So Thomas is out there getting some exercise in. That's great. That's what you want to do. I will ask him tomorrow and get him to subscribe to your channel. Well, there you go. Nobody knows about me. I'm not a big man in the carnivore community, although I am a tall man in the carnivore community. We have a hello to Thomas. Tuka and I still distraught over missing 30 minutes with you Thursday. Well, there you go. Tuka's always saying how much he loves Sandy. So there we go. I'm going to take George for SA. For a walk. Okay, take your pet out for a walk. That's great. Aren't you having, you said you're having a live in a little bit, Jonathan. I'm going to look that up. I don't want to overrun your live. Hello, dear. Hello, Thomas. Hello to Aaron. I was watching a movie. Juju, Ivy, Aaron. Yes, Aaron looks really good. And you got to remember, she's over 40. Doesn't even look close to that age. She looks great. I like her a lot. Fun channel. I try to catch her live whenever YouTube sends it to me. Time for wife now. Well, there you go. You got to keep those responsibilities. It's important. Bye for Kurt. Glad you were here. Glad you called in. Let me know I had sound issues. And by the way, Kurt was the man that solved the mystery with the Dante Ferrigno band. I know a lot of people talk about it, but Kurt stepped up and he did it. He's a man of action. That's what we want here. Plenty of action. That's amazing. Watch your walking video and it was beautiful and sunny. Yeah. Glad you enjoyed your walk. I will go out for a hike after Rick with my friend. Excellent. How many, whoops, okay. How many of those thousands of subscribers of large YouTube keto carnivore doctor YouTubers actually adhere to the doctor's advice? Probably not a lot, because a lot of them don't seem to change much. Erin is, yes, you see it? I'm not the only one that sees it. She's looking good. She's going to look even better on the carnivore lifestyle. And living in the country, that helps too. Oh, thank you, Sandy. I hope she can get her whole family in the carnivore lifestyle. That'd be even better. Good morning to Thomas. Hello to Yellow Rose from Aaron. Have a lovely weekend, Sandy. So proud of you, Don Aaron. Well, there you go. So things are, and we have a hi from Thomas to Robbie. All right. Now, let me go and check. I'm going to go over here to YouTube, and I am going to, let me see when Jonathan has his live stream. So let's see. Okay, here we go. Oh, excuse me. Let me go over here to the, all right, here's Jonathan's channel. And let me go and see if he has a live coming up. Okay. I guess there's no live listed for today. All right, let's see videos. Okay. So he's going to have a video at 1. Okay. We'll be off before then. I mean, look at Jonathan. Do you really want to make Jonathan mad at you? No, not me. It's just amazing that you could build a body like that with all the challenges you have. It really is a testament to your determination and to the carnivore diet. And it looks like Carrie put out a video. How to cook perfect bacon every time. Every time. I think he meant every time, but I guess every time works. Okay, what do we got here? Huh. What is this? Well, it's a short video. That meat looks pretty good, honestly. Let's see. Oh, we got a barbecue fire. Looks like a different theater.
Clearly there's propane coming out.
Anybody excited to watch Healing Humanity? Yeah, we excited? We excited? Excited, ready to get inside? Let's watch some Healing Humanity.
All right. So he's got a new video out, I guess, showing their movie and then how to cook. Got a little bit of a leak in the barbecue. But see, that's not as interesting as when you have a poop gas leak. You have a poop gas leak. You don't know about it. You light the burner in the kitchen. The fire like flares up and then it goes out and there's a massive explosion outside. That's like a giant milk carton was stepped on by a giant. And then there's the smell that comes with it. And then the side of your house is covered in poop and plant material and all kinds of other things. And, you know, I've had the barbecue grill flare-ups, but normally you just get the garden hose or a fire extinguisher and put it out and turn the gas off. Ooh. Again, when I cook on the grill, I generally don't use gas. I'm too cheap to buy propane. So what do I use? I use wood. I light the wood up and burn it and make my own charcoal. It's been a while since I had a barbecue, but once the weather cools off in another 6 months or whatever it is, we're going to be having more barbecues at my friend's place. We usually cook on the ground. You've probably seen my videos from there. It is quite fun. But I see that Kerry is putting up his videos, and he's good about that. I don't really watch his lives because, as you know, Mitch has a live at the same time, so I haven't really seen his lives. And I have to admit, I haven't watched many of Kerry's videos, but I'll try to catch that for a while. Mason's been telling me that for a while. Okay, 11 more working days until I am out of corporate America. Well, enjoy your retirement and enjoy when life really starts, when you don't have to keep, feeding a man. Yay, Juliet. Thanks, Jerry. I bet you can't wait. Booby the Goat remembered my words. Truth girl. Congratulations. That's exciting. Good afternoon to Jera. Good day to Leslie. Poop gas. Yes. The poop gas is my secret weapon for cooking. I use poop gas every day. I'm going to use poop gas to cook my lunch, which is going to be Rick's Heart Attack Chicken. Who came to visit Jer Bear? I'm so excited to hit the road. My mom, family for a time to help care. She's 92. Sharp, recovering from back surgery. I wish my parents would have lived that long. Dad lived to 82. Mom lived to just 90. Maybe if they would have joined Rick on the heart attack diet, they might still be here. I mean, think about it. My parents were born in 1930. If they were still alive, they'd be 96 right now. I kind of thought my dad would live to 100. If he would have lived that long, things would have been much, much different, I think. I've made a lot more progress. If I didn't have to spend 10 years taking care of my parents, and instead my dad would have been helping me, we would have finished my house. And I probably would have been a lot more financially successful. Interesting. But what can you do? I think my dad put himself in the grave by being too concerned about living longer. I don't care. We always used to say that junkie people live longer. People that don't care much about anything outlive everybody else. Strawberry poop gas. That's right. I'll be busy and broke. But that's okay. I have more than I need. See, that's Rick way. I'll be broke. I'm always broke. But I'm always busy. When you're broke, you're busier. What state is your mom in? That's a sweet story about your mom's surgery. Yeah. This month, I am doing 3 daily lives. 1 for blood test, 1 for breakfast, and the last time I eat whilst at work. Well, there you go. Someone definitely needs to hang out at the rehab when your parent is in there. It's such a lonely, chaotic place for them. Yeah. My mom was rehab. I had to go there every day. And when my truck broke down, I had to use a bicycle. I think I made a video of when I went to the nursing home on the bicycle. Can you imagine? Thankfully, it was at the beginning of the year, so it wasn't hot. So I was visiting Mom at the nursing home. The problem was a couple times I got out of there late and I had to ride bike at night, which is not something I normally do. I do not like riding bike at night. It is simply too dangerous. Broke, yeah. Nobody is more broke than Rick. I can tell you right now. It's all relative. Saved a lot over the years, but accessing those funds with Doug is impossible. Love that. Okay. When Juliet, I think there's going to be a New Jersey meetup in Belmar. Okay. Excellent. If you don't know Rick, hand in your carnivore card. I agree, Jonathan. I agree. If they don't know who I am, they're not keeping up with the carnivore community. It's not like I haven't been interviewed by the big guys. I mean, I've been interviewed by, first one, Anthony Chafee. I've been interviewed by him. Of course, they only interview me once, because after that, they only, oh, the guy's crazy. Dr. Baker, Dr. Kiltz. 3 very popular doctors in the carnivore community have interviewed me. I've also been interviewed by people who are now well known, like Scott Everson, the meat stock guy. I think I might have been his first interview. Bart K. We all know Bart K. And he interviewed me as well. I think he was either my second or third interview. The first one was Joey. Interviews not existing anymore. And a lot of carnivore personalities have interviewed me. So how can nobody know who I am? That's the amazing thing. But, and almost 20 years on YouTube, not one individual here in Miami has ever recognized me from YouTube, which goes to show not that many people watch my videos. I get more videos, more people watching on my live stream than any other. I put a bike and talk. If I get 150 views, that's a miracle. But the most I ever had was on my payphone video. I think that's my most popular video of all, about the payphone. So the carnivore community, carnivore is not doing me any favors when it comes to views. No noon live today, though. Okay. I saw that Thomas 20 already planned on it. Yep. Jonathan. And Jerry agrees with Jonathan. I hope all, yep. You know, Juliet, that is my birthday. I love you, Julie. Having fun. We have a hello to Brian, Jamet, Jerry. I saw a replay of your live. Hello to Brian, Jonathan, Sandy. 3 lives per day, yes. And I only do 1 a week. I'm not going to do a live every day. I got other things to do. I tell people, if you want to see me that much, you need to move where I'm at. That way you can see me all the time. But you probably wouldn't. Nobody wants to be around me for a long period of time. But once a week is acceptable. Okay. So, now what was it that I wanted to do? I wanted to show something, and now I seem to have forgotten. I must be getting close to eating. So my mind, doesn't work like it should. But anyway, let me look over here and see. Did I miss anything? I don't think I did. Oh, I listen to Dogman most of the time. Such a fun challenge. I've seen him. Interesting, and I get bored of talking diet all the time. This carnivore doesn't at all. And I don't talk about diet either. Sardines and eggs, 3 days should help. If you like sardines, I recommend them. I love sardines. They're just a little bit expensive. Missed your live. Replay lots of views. Well, I didn't miss his live. I actually dropped in. So I told you he'd be back online in a week or two. I was right. It's like when Mitch had his stroke. I told him he'll be back in a month. He was back in a month. I'm good at predicting trends. That's probably why people don't like me. But anyway, let me go back to my channel here. I want to show you a little something. My most popular video. There's 2 of them. Why is this not coming up? We're stuck on Carrie's video. Okay. All right. Now, in videos, I don't know if they give you the option popular. There we go. There it is. If you look at my most popular videos, you'll see they are, it's interesting how that works. My most popular video ever is how to use the payphone. 20,000 views from 5 years ago. And the second one is where I talked about my friend, Death Before Diet, where he died of heart disease. Then, 3 years ago, before I started posting videos, I am back. And then the Bobcat leak from 5 years ago. Cracking open a payphone. And then here's the way that I've taken tires off using the Bobcat and forks. That's from 16 years ago. And then my lunch video from 3 years ago. And then after that, one of my old county videos from 18 years ago. So it's really kind of interesting. And the least viewed, well, actually, the Joey video, the one that someone had saved, has about 1,000. And then we start to go through here. Then my van, when I got the van running, that's when I was fixing the air conditioning in the van. Duck. And then it just goes down the line. Yep. There's my first video that I did where I was cooking lunch. Let's get cooking. That was after Carrie's video, the Rick the Vegan parody. But most of the videos I get are just not that popular. Some of them are very unpopular, as you can see. Let's see. Daisy Duck. A lot of videos have less than 100 views. So I'm not going to be a YouTube celebrity ever. And the first time that somebody meets me, they recognize me from YouTube, I hope I have a camera so I can make a video of it. But we'll see. That was the lady that was on the news that got attacked by a duck. There's a lot of things here. Nothing outstanding, but that's Rick. Okay. All right. Got some comments. And again,
Don't check the price or you might buy 3. Bro.
got the ad. Let's see. It's like a Temu ad. And there it is. I was broke, but I bought a farm. You can too. Okay, so that's his latest video. Let's see if I can find that video. I'm just curious. All right, how to buy a farm. I'd say when somebody kicks a bucket, they bought the farm. All right. Let's see. Yep. There it is. Still there. How long ago was that? Let me see. That was... Where's the date? Did I miss it? September 19th, 2022. So before you know it, it'll be 4 years. It's pretty good. You probably recognize that guy. All right, let's see. What is it? All right. Let's see. Where's his channel? There it is. All right. Let's see when his video was. There it is. Okay. That's his video. And let me see more. September 12th. Oh, wow. Okay, so he was the second video. That was on September 12th. Look at that guy. I think he died of a heart attack. I think that's what happened. So he had to be the second one. Joey was the first. I guess Scott was the second. And then Barkay. And then there was a lot of other videos that came after that. So I think that's pretty amazing. I just hope that this stuff remains on the internet so that people can see what happened to me when I have my heart attack. And I don't change much. That's the amazing thing. I still look about the same. There's really, I mean, it's the same scenery, same poor lighting, same artificially dark eyes. One of the problems I have is that people tell me I look like a caveman because my eyebrows are thick and the eyes are kind of small. I don't have the vegan look. Vegans usually have the wide eyes and eyebrows are like up here, but I'm kind of like, I don't know. Where's Milton? Milton usually by now would be gnawing at my leg, but I guess Milton, he has sort of calmed down this morning. So he must be content. That's really good. Okay, let me go back to the comments, which have probably increased in number quite a bit. Terry, Brian, all right, all good. After my Costco shopping yesterday, I did 4 shabu shabu dehydration lives. I'm not sure. Okay. Oh, Dogman. I have to check him out. I think they call him Quonset or Howchetta or something. It's got some other channel name. That's why I love Saturday with Rick. I get bored of talking about diet. Yes. Dante shared a video of John Laspina and had no idea who he was. Oh, my goodness. Wow. That's what I'm saying. We have too many fragmented groups. Anyone who doesn't know who John Laspina is not a serious carnivore. I can tell you that right now. That's ridiculous. And John's been doing videos for probably 3 years. At one time, we used to have a carnivore, I think it was Tuesday or Thursday, I don't remember what night it was, with Nia, Nova, and John Laspina. I have stored some of those videos. I might upload some to my channel. They were very good. And I thought it was funny. They always invited me to their carnivore discussion, which I didn't understand why anybody would want to put me in a carnivore discussion. I thought that it would ruin their discussion. They go, man, that Rick is a quack. It's like Peter says, I thought Rick was crazy. Well, you're right. Rick is crazy. And by the way, you can see the carnivore video from almost 4 years ago. Let me just put that back on the scene here. Okay, there I am. That was with a different camera. Look at me now. What do you think? Do I look that much different? I think I still look the same. I don't change much. And I've looked like this my whole life. I change very, very subtle changes. And I think that's the way most people should be. If they would have just adopt a more sustainable lifestyle. It's so simple. I don't understand why people have to overcomplicate simplicity. Anyway, let me go back to the comments. That's why I like being on YouTube. At least I can kind of show what I did before. Duckman, the amazing Kreskin. Interesting. Shabu video. Tasted fabulous. Love watching Dogman. There we go. I appreciate your courtesy, Rick. You don't have to. That's just how I am. I don't know who he is either. So many channels, hard to keep up. Oh, interesting. Now, Dante Ferrigno, he became more popular because Carrie Mann saw his channel, and I had also seen his channel as well. Now, we know that Carrie Mann is the ambassador of the carnivore community, and he has a family. He's articulate. He's good looking. He can basically promote the carnivore lifestyle because he has a history of health issues, and he had a YouTube channel long before he went carnivore, and you can look back and see what he looked like. You can actually see how he's changed. So that's why he has hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Me, I look the same now as when I started my YouTube channel. That's why I only have 4,500 subscribers. But as a few of you have mentioned, I have the cream of the crop. So even though my subscriber count is not high, I have the best subscribers on YouTube. And I say this all the time. They're not just subscribers, they're friends. I probably personally know more of my subscribers than a YouTuber like Carrie that has hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Definitely a higher percentage. And look at the participation. If I go and look at my channel right now, how many people do I have watching my channel? Well, let me go ahead and let me just check it out. You know, I'm curious. So I'm going to pop up my channel, and it says, wow, I have more than I thought. Let me pop the scene on here. I have 55 people watching, over 4 hours online, and 55 people are still watching my channel. And I got comments coming in like crazy. So you tell me, how many other YouTubers can do that? Okay, let me go over here to my next. There we go. Okay, let Let me go back to the comments. I have to do more NJ shorts this time. I'm going to focus on the funny poop relatives say and do they don't. Watch anyway. Okay. Cooking lunch in a tie, Rick. Yeah, that was one of my early videos. I've done a lot. You just have to look at my videos. Some of them are quite interesting. I've even watched them because it's been a long time, and sometimes I forget how good some of them were because they're all just unrehearsed, unscripted, unedited. We are all more powerful than what we know. I agree. About your video, the problem I see is that sometimes it is hard to hear you. Well, if my volume is too low, I can fix that. I can just turn this up. Let me just do that. Problem is, it may be distorted. So I'm turning it way up. That may be a little distorted. All right, let's see. My VU meter is in range. I should be legible. I don't know what's going on, but anyway. Let me go ahead. Go Jersey. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Okay. Dogman is great, says Jerry. On the live stream, you speak to microphone, and when you talk during bike ride, there's a lot of noise. Well, Barry gave me the clip-on mics, and I use them sometimes. Sometimes I don't. But when I do use the microphones, the sound is good. And the next bike ride, I'll definitely be using it. It's just so hot that a lot of times the camera just cuts off, and that's the problem. Wow, this is pretty amazing. Watch replay. You're stocked up. Lots of sardines. Do you have a fave of so many brands of sardines? That's a good question. Love watching Dogman encounters. Get Jerry more like Dogman and Catman now. Well, that's me. I'm the Catman. Where's the Belmar meetup? I'm only 30 minutes away. That's a good question, Rick. Let's see. No favorite sardine. Okay. Grocery store. He's been humbled to cat life. There we go. I missed you. Have a great weekend. Does anyone know if Menoa out of hospital? I pray all is well. I didn't know she was in the hospital, but if she is, maybe somebody will let us know. I haven't seen her online. Okay. Milton must be on a fast. Well, he'll be fast when he's biting my leg when he's hungry. I have a message out to Menno. I text her this morning, see she's out of the hospital and how she is doing. Okay. Menoa. Well, let us know if you hear anything. I miss Nia. She was great. I was interviewed, but yes, and so was I. I don't know what happened. I guess her problems were beyond what the carnivore lifestyle alone could take care of. So, but she did do meditation, and she did make the effort to improve. So I'd like to know what happened to her. I'm sure, she'll come back. Everybody always comes back to YouTube. It's like Butter Bob. It took him 10 years to return, but he did return. And by the way, if you saw Butter Bob's latest video, you can see that he is improving his body composition quite well. So he is making progress. I don't think he wants to be as skinny as he originally was, but he's definitely getting better. And Juliet says, John Laspina loves you, Rick. Yes, I'm sure he likes, he likes me because I try to be the good guy of the carnivore community. Well, I'm glad that he does. And we're both kind of intellectuals on some level, so that's a good thing. You have a different shirt. Yes, this is a shirt that I had when I was in high school that I never wore. It was brand new, and I found it in a box. And it still fits, as you can see. It still fits. I haven't changed that much in all these years. It's been 40 years since I left high school. And they're supposed to have a reunion, but they're having it at a restaurant. I told them I'm not going to go unless it's at the school. And I guess I won't be hitting a 40-year reunion. For some reason, my class does not want to go to the school. It's like they're afraid of the place. I'm not sure why. It's from his high school days. Still fits him. Yes. And A. Mason loves you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Nice yellow rose. We have 52 right now. OMAD for me today. Just finished a chuck steak, 2 pounds bone in. Ah, there we are. Hello. They're asking about you. All right. So let's see. Okay. with a cup of black coffee. Well, there you go. Remember, if you have a choice between soy milk and coffee, what should you drink? Coffee. Don't be a soy boy. Don't be like Michael Greger. At least if you drink coffee, you might be like Mitch. I'd rather be like Mitch than Michael Greger. I mean, come on. Ugh. Michael Greger. How you doing? These videos are the funniest and best videos when it's real. Oh, throw in some humor. Gold, anyone? Right? Are you home? Still in the hospital. Potassium is up to 3.2 now. We'll be here until it is up to 3.5. Okay. Any reason why that happened? Is it a kidney issue? Sorry to hear that. My prayer for you. So close. I've been on a chat yesterday. All I know. Okay. I have had 5 bags of potassium so far, plus potassium pills. I wonder what's causing that. Gotta go company in 30 minutes. Toodles, everyone. Well, bye, Jerry, and I will see you the next time I catch you on a live. Bye, Jerry. Maybe she was in chat at hospital. Okay, Juliet would do it. Good morning, Rick and Milton from Lovey Joy Rosanis, watching from rainy season, Philippines. This is supposed to be the rainy season here, but it's still dry. Bye to Jerry. It is a great shirt. I think my grandparents had kitchen curtains just like it. Look better on you. There you go. A restaurant tablecloth shirt. The whole idea when I was in high school was to be as uncool as possible. And that's what I did. I used to wear a more normal shirt, but once I got to high school, I started wearing these, both short sleeve and long sleeve version. So that was me in high school. So if you saw me at Southwest High School between 1983 and 1986, I probably wore a shirt. I had a blue one similar to this. They even had a green one with a checkerboard. And nobody else wears a shirt like this on YouTube. That's why I'm wearing it. Ove, no soy for me. No, you don't want to be a soy boy. Soy is bad. Don't eat soy. If you have soy, give it to the ducks. Let them eat it. Let the pigs eat it. But don't you eat it. Soy is, bleh. My dad used to make me eat tofu. The most disgusting substance on earth. It looks like cheese from a distance, but it tastes like caulking. You do not want to eat soy products. Now, I'm going to say one little thing about soy. There are some people who can benefit from soy. Have you ever heard of natto? Natto is fermented soy. It's a pretty gross looking thing. It tastes not that great. But there are people out there who eat that stuff, and it has been proven to have some cardiovascular benefits. So if you're going to be one of the soy boys, make sure you ferment your soy first. And by the way, fermented foods are not totally plant-based, because what is fermentation? Bacteria is eating your food. The bacteria produces waste, which, depending on the bacteria, can be harmful or not. And then you have the actual bacteria yourself. When you're eating a fermented food, you're actually eating bacteria. Now, we know that we don't want to have bacteria in our bloodstream. We don't want to have bacteria in our internal organs. But a person who has a healthy immune system, who doesn't have a leaky digestive system, can actually digest bacteria. You eat the fermented food, the bacteria are digested between your stomach and small intestine, and the remnants go in the large intestine, and you basically poop it out. So some of the bacterial byproducts, as well as the bacteria themselves, can contain fats and proteins that we can use. Think about a cow. How does a cow build those big, delicious steaks? From nothing but grass. Through the action of bacteria. Interesting. No idea why. That's weird. But the medical system sometimes takes guesses, and hard to do. Let's see. Oh, still in hospital. You are mighty Menoa and will be okay. I'm praying for you. Yes, that was you. How is your heart fate? Doing a little better. Potassium is slowly coming up. That'd be interesting to see why that happened. Oh, really? I wonder what the symptoms were. Notice how tofu reminds of food, right? Tofu is disgusting. I hate that stuff. I ate a lot of it. It comes in like a plastic wrap, and it has some kind of weird liquid in it. It's disgusting. I don't know. Ugh. Soy not 100% bad like you said. I don't, but some do. Yeah. I still consume fermented coca drink with coconut milk. I will know if it is not fermented because it'll taste like wood. There you go. And again, coffee to some extent is fermented, dried, and brewed. So people do drink plant-based drinks. You just don't want to drink fruit juice because of all the sugar. That's good. Your potassium level's going up. I'd be interesting. I always thought that pork would be a high potassium food. People say bananas are, but I don't think they are. Ugh. Man, I'll tell you. Oh, potassium foods, pretty good. I don't think I've ever had any symptoms of these problems. Question. Do you eat dairy like yogurt and cream? Yes. I don't eat cream very often because it's expensive, but I do eat yogurt almost daily, and I eat cheese as well. I don't drink milk, but I ferment my own yogurt, and I do eat the cheese. Let's see. Salmon and avocado fit the potassium better than others. Okay. I think also, doesn't yogurt have potassium? Whatever I'm doing, I've never had a problem. I don't take electrolytes. I've never used electrolytes in my life. And I work in a very hot climate and sweat more than anybody. And you have no idea. When you see me on my live, I'm here in the air conditioning. I'm not sweating at all. But as soon as I go outside, it's like an instant sauna. I hate it. I just hate it. The problem that I do have, and I do run into some skin issues, and I can tell you right now, they come from the heat. I don't get this when the weather's cool. But usually what happens, everybody sweats a little differently. For me, forehead, hair, this whole head area sweats a lot. But it's not a problem. I don't get a rash or anything unless I get stuck by a toxic plant or an insect. But usually, like right around this area, right around where your arms meet the body, this is where I sweat the most. And down on the side, if I have a shirt that's wet for too long, I'll get a rash. It'll start to get kind of dry and it'll get itchy. It's very, very unpleasant. So what I'll do if I have to work outside, I normally don't work without a shirt because I'm always sitting on something that's rusty or dirty. But I'll just get the one with the sleeves cut off, and then I'll use lard. I'll put lard down here, and that gets rid of the problem. And again, they used to tell me that lard will give you acne. It's the opposite. I find that using lard is the best way to do it. And if you can get the thing open to the point where you're not having wet cloth sitting on your skin, that's the trick. That's probably why a lot of the farmers and construction workers used to be like that. Now they wear long sleeves, which is a total disaster. I can't wear long sleeves in this weather. It's impossible. The only time I wear it is when I'm in the air conditioning indoors. And it's just the way it is. My legs don't have a problem. My legs don't sweat that much. My feet and hands don't sweat either. No problem there. But it's just like this region from about here to here, always getting hot. From the waist down, no problem. It has to be an extremely hot, humid day. And if I get to the point where I stop sweating, I know I'm in big trouble. I got to get to the air conditioning fast, or I'll start to get lightheaded and pass out. So this is one of the things you got to do. But when it comes to electrolytes, I don't worry about that because I've never had a problem, ever. Okay. I had no symptoms. Only reason because it's covered is because of routine blood work. Interesting. Natto is super high in potassium, and I eat it. See, Kurt consumes natto, which is fermented soybeans. So, again, soy milk, that's a no-no. You don't want to take that stuff. That's garbage. But fermented soybeans, for some people, that's a plus. And again, even though soybeans are seeds, when they're fermented, a lot of the toxins are being consumed by the bacteria. Glad you're getting there, Metawa. Sending you good thoughts and prayers. Yes, we want you to recover, but we're glad that you didn't have any symptoms or had any serious injuries. Are you in an Adventist hospital? I take potassium with magnesium every day. Low dose potassium. Those two also benefit kidneys when together. Okay, you do you, yes. And good day from Meathead for Life. And as Kurt says, natto is fermented soybeans. And again, it works for some people. Hey, from Brian. Rexford, 1128. Hey, Rick. Well, hey, good to see you here. How are things out there? You live on a farm, don't you? Or maybe I got you mixed up with someone else. But I'm glad that you're here. We are in Deep South. We are going to sweat. Yes, it is rough. I can tell you that right now. That rash will be attributed to your diet, of course. There you go. All right, let's see. Okay. I love salmon, potassium pills, along with magnesium. They are talking about increasing my potassium pills. Okay. Is that RAS or your clothing touching? Yes, it does. Maybe your homemade detergent adjustment. It has nothing to do with that because the thing is, on my back and every other part of my body, the lower part is not a problem. It's just this region right here, right from where my arm meets my body down here. This is the part that gets it, right on the backside. That's the only part. Nothing else has a problem. I never had trouble with the detergent. Do you make your own natto? That's a good question. Associated with the University of Wisconsin. Okay, that's a plus. I don't have the space or I would. Yes, farm. That's right. That's right. You're in South Dakota. I remember. See? I'm trying to remember all my friends online. It's just the more people that I get in the chat, the harder it is for me to remember. But South Dakota, that's one place I'd like to visit and I haven't. And you have a ranch, that's great. And I hope that you have a nice big pasture over there. There's another YouTube channel that's in South Dakota that I've seen. I think he calls it Ranching Sodak or something like that. And it looks like an interesting place. In fact, let me go over here and just double check if I can find it. I know it's in my feed. Where is that? Okay, there. This channel right here. That one over there. And I do like to watch those videos from time to time. I mean, this place looks like a really nice place to live. I mean, I know it's cold in the winter, but what a great place to be in, right? Junk in a car. Feeding 150 pairs with 7 acres. No more Wagyu. Getting more Angus. So that's one of those channels. I don't know if you're familiar with that channel, but I encourage people, if you happen to be in the same area as one of these channels, subscribe to the channel, try to interact. I think that a while ago they used to have lives as well, but it's been several months. Let's see. I guess now the lives are only for members, but there was one about 3 months ago. You know, my channel will never have memberships because that's not my style. I just like to have everybody do their thing. Let's see, salt mineral programs. Okay, but anyway, that's what I'm thinking of South Dakota. So that's good. So anyway, let me go back to the comments and let's start wrapping this up because I'm starting to get to the point where I want to have my lunch. Let's see. Probably just friction rash mostly. Yeah, but it's a very simple solution. It all depends on the type of clothes you wear. Certain clothes do it and certain don't. Nice. Let me see. I'll get one of my work shirts. I got it here somewhere. Where did I put that thing? Milton, what do you want? You are silly. Milton. Oh, that Milton. That Milton is so funny. He just can't resist. Milton went over there and he grabbed my leg. I told Milton, you need to come on camera, that's all. But anyway, let me see if I got more comments here. I know sometimes this thing is a little delayed. Thank you, Rick, and bye, everyone. Have a great weekend heading out for a hike with friends. Well, there you go. And have a great day from Brian Airy, Milton, and everyone. And it was good to see you online as well. Keep up with the good work. So let's see. It's almost 1 o'clock. I have to go outside and I'm going to have my food first, but yeah, and it doesn't really matter what type of fabric I use. It just seems like it's the style, the shape that causes the problem. It's just when you sweat as much as I do, it's like when you put your hands in the water and they get all wrinkly like that. I think that's what it is. It just takes the natural moisture out of your skin and then you end up with this terrible rash. So one option is just take the shirt off, and that's not a very good option when you have a lot of thorny plants and stuff that you're working with, or you just wear the other style. Now, these styles, I got several work shirts. I mean, generally like this, it solves the problem because you got enough room in the side where you can kind of get the air in there, and it's like a straight shot through. So that's it. You're not, you don't have to deal with that water sitting on you the whole time. But obviously, that's for work. That's not for formal events. That's just the way that it is. So I think we've caught up. I don't know if we have any more comments. Let me just pop in here and see if my live stream, where did it go? There it is. And, oh well, it's here somewhere. Come on, I know you're there. There we go. All right, Live at 8 with Rick. There we go. And we have about, how many people do we have? We still have 52. That's actually amazing. I really like that. But anyway, let's see the rest of the comments. And bacon and eggs, and off to the pool I go from Terry Girl. Have a great day, everyone. Thanks, Rick. Thank you. All right. Take care to Brian and Terry and Pranking Carnivore Cuddler. Greetings. I enjoy a YouTube channel called Sun Farms. I think I might be a subscriber to that channel. I think so. Thanks, Rick. Have a great weekend. But one of the things I like, I love farming channels because if I had my way, that's where I would live, on a farm. But, like on the other channel, let me see if I can. I know with this one channel, they sometimes invite people to go out to their farm or ranch, and then they'll put them to work, which I think is good because one of the things I like about watching farm channels is you get to learn a lot about farming. If I was going to visit a farm, I would definitely be happy to help fix things or do whatever farm work needed to be done because, and it's like Barkay. Barkay always says, if you want to come and visit our farm, you can stay here for free and we'll feed you, but we're going to work you. And I'd say that's fine because when I go to visit friends, and a lot of them have farms, it's just sort of a given. When you're going to visit somebody, if they have a business, you're probably going to do some work for them. If you're going to visit their farm, you're going to be out on the farm working. That farming life is a work life. There is no vacation from farming. If you go on a vacation, somebody else has to run the farm. So people who live in the city, they can simply lock up their apartment, get on the cruise ship, go and do whatever. Okay, that's fine. But if you have a farm, even if you live in the suburbs like me and you have a garden and you have pets, you're kind of stuck with that. You can't just abandon your garden and pets for weeks. Your pets will be dead. Your garden will be in shambles. It's just going to be a total disaster. But, it's, let me see. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff there. yeah, the whole idea is you go on YouTube to meet people, so that's good. All right, let's see. Let me go over here to where is, all right, click this. Good day to Cranky. You need a farm on one side and an auto dismantler on the other side of the fence where the grass is rustier. Well, I have no grass where I have all my junk. It's all dirt and mulch, but that works out pretty well. But, you know, the good thing is you can use part of the area as a junkyard and then you just move it somewhere else. And, you know, it's a good thing in my opinion. Help enrich the soil. My yard is a junkyard and I have the best garden everywhere and I move my garden all around the yard. If you keep the garden in the same place year after year, the pests and diseases, they start to take over. When you keep moving it around, it's like the banana plants. I'll run bananas in one area for 10 years. Then I'll completely dig it out and start it over somewhere else. And I get better production that way. They go through natural cycles anyway. Let's see. But yeah, one of the great things about the whole farming thing is that there's a lot of things you can do. Farming is not just about, you know, growing food, but it's also about building things and fixing things. And you have to maintain your buildings. You have to maintain your equipment, fix fences, pull out weeds. If you have a ranch, you're going to have all kinds of trees and other things that are invasive to grow in that you have to pull out. So there's a lot of stuff there. So whose channel should we go to now? Well, that's up to you. I mean, I don't think Thomas has any lives for a while, but you can just hit YouTube, look around, or you could just go outside and go feed the ducks. That's another option. That's always a good option. All right, let's see. Okay, so we're good. Let me double check here. Oh, hold on a second. Where did my other channel go? Okay. Yep, there we go. Okay. Okay. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, I've seen that channel before. Well, one thing you'll notice, I don't belong to too many high subscriber channels that have over 100,000 because one of the things, in order for me to subscribe to a channel, I'll make comments, and then if they respond to me, then I subscribe. If they don't respond to me, I don't subscribe. So I'm not subscribed to all the channels that I've seen, but the ones that they do respond to me, I subscribe to. I'm abrasive but honest. That is very true. Yep, mine. Still live. That's right. And by the way, that's in 2 minutes. So here's a link to Jonathan's live. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to shut mine down because Jonathan has his video in 2 minutes. And I just want to thank everyone that's been here. I appreciate it. I have a million things to do here anyway. So thank you so much for taking the time to drop in. I'd play some music, but I don't even know where the music went. It kind of, oh, there it goes. It kind of disappeared here. It's somewhere around there. Anyway. That's no big deal. You all know where to go to. So go ahead and check out Jonathan's video. I'm going to go ahead and end the broadcast. Let me just check a couple of more comments, and we're going to wrap this up. So I'm eating pork belly for lunch. Yes. Godspeed. Bye from Christy. Thanks for being here and behaving. Yes, thank you for being here. Thanks, brother from another mother. Well, thank you, Kurt. What's so awesome about these fellowships? We hook them up with the farmers. They have their own place to farm, even if they don't own land. Well, let's see if you can get more videos on that, get more information out there. Actually, you ought to just call me on the phone. You have my number. So let's make it happen. Let's find a way to do it. I appreciate that. So let's head over to Jonathan's channel and watch his video. And I will see you next week for Live at 8 with Rick. And I'm going to have my lunch, and I'm going to cut up the rest of that charger. And hopefully my van will start, because it's been on the battery charger all the time that I've been on the live. So thank you, my friends.